Oh, hey, bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, welcome and happy Tuesday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show where we talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics. So that's a show for you. Stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today, including we got to talk a little bit about abysmal ass Comic Con and the lack. I mean, it was only a couple of things that was exciting that came out of it, but overall, it was just meh. So we'll talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about the Odyssey still killing it in the box office. Michael has already set its streaming date. So for the two of you left that haven't seen the movie in theaters or bought it digital or I don't even know if they even have physical copies, but who hasn't like purchased a copy of it, I'll let you know where you can see it and when you can see it. Also, we got to talk about that there's a couple of actors who put out an op-ed urging the UK to block dangerous Paramount-Warner Brothers merger. I also saw SAG after jumped in on it. So David Ellison's out here being all optimistic, but the people do not want him to get this damn company. I'm with y'all on that. Plus, we got to talk about some sad news regarding Carly Simon, where she revealed she has Parkinson's disease. We also got to talk about Ariana Grande Frappuccino suing her hackers who've been leaking a lot of her stuff, including her new album that's supposed to be coming out. That's already out there. I'm sure people got copies. Plus, we got to talk about Michael Johnston, who y'all know played Bear up in Obsession. He wants to play a meaningful homosexual role, and he is in talks to play the son in the upcoming Mummy sequel. We also have Suri Cruz finally cut ties with her no good ass daddy, Tom. John Leguizamo is going in on the fact that he felt that Tu Wong Fu did not get the love that it deserved back in the day when it was released, because it seemed like everybody was all about Priscilla Queen of the Desert existing, and Tu Wong Fu was like, fuck my drag, right? So we got that conversation. Plus, we got to talk about John Waters embracing being an old school homosexual and said that I was never into the whole muscle Mary, trying to conform to all the ideologies that gay men say that you're supposed to, you know, get up in. And he's like, I was just going to be myself unapologetically. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Heat of Rivalry's success has sparked a new publishing house from homosexual adult cinematography entertainment giant Falcon and NakedSword. So they jumping in on the whole Heat of Rivalry bandwagon. I think they even did a movie, a gay corn movie, in conformance to inspiration from Heat of Rivalry. I think I saw that on Out or one of those websites. I didn't care enough to read who the star. Look, I don't even know who these new stars are today. I'm still on people like Boomer Banks and fucking Raphael Allen Carr. But anyway, um, we have that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, hit that like, subscribe, hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification, hype the channel, all that stuff. Help out dearly with the channel. Let me hit this situation. Um, Good morning, Team Onyx. And it said Muscle Mary, the legendary. I mean, that's what he said. And funny thing is, yes, I am doing a morning show because I didn't realize it, but I have to work this morning. I mean, later on. So I was like, oh, I told you I was going to do a Tuesday show. I didn't want to have to give y'all and then they hit me up today talking about, you want to work Thursday? I'm like, I need a day off. Like between, I've been working like every day, as y'all know. I haven't been really given as much shows. I'm gonna be even busier in January, in August. So it's just been, I'm like, I just need at least a day to not do anything. Except, of course, I'll be jumping on here to do a damn show. But as y'all know how we do. Wait, hold on. Let me open the what you call it. So that way I can go to your comments a lot faster. Hello on threads. You said there's a discussion that music, fashion, film screams fall more than summer. Basically, they tried went back to Confessions too. Basically, Madonna. So I actually think, oh, I will say this, and I said this on my social media. I said this might be controversial to say, but I actually like music, fashion, film more than I like Brat. I've been listening to it a lot. I definitely like a lot of the songs on there. Like it's a grower, but I do agree with Robert on your previous post. I do think that Charlie should have waited until the fall to release that record rather than the summer. It doesn't feel like a summer record. Like I remember Brat Summer. Maybe that's why she was thinking about dropping it because she wanted to kind of wash the palette of the whole Brat thing. And I know a lot of people who jumped on on the Charlie bandwagon because of the success of Brat wanted, they were expecting that with this record. First of all, if you read any review, they said if you thinking you getting Brat Part 2, y'all better just take that off your mind because that's not what you're getting. Um, I definitely like the rock guitars. It definitely screams signature Charlie, but it's just a lot more of the rock guitars and stuff. So yeah, there's still that hyper pop in there. It's just she added more guitars. Um, I do like the record a lot, but I do feel like maybe she should have just dropped it later on. Funny enough, I actually, as y'all know, I've been listening to Confessions too every day for the past couple of days. I actually didn't listen to it. I went back to it yesterday though, because I've been listening to a lot of other DJ mixes and things. So I was like, but it is number one, right? So, well, um, basically, Charlie should have waited till September 18th, joining Tove Lo and Carly Rae Jepsen. Yeah, she should have definitely. I think it definitely feels like a fall record. Music festival. Yeah, he said, "I'm not." You said Federer said they're not the biggest Charlie fan, but I do agree that music, fashion, film is better than Brad. I think I like it more than Brad too. Brad will always have nostalgia attached to it for many people, but those guitar riffs get me more excited than anything. I said, "Weekend, child, can we get through the week?" Oh, you said had. And you said I saw someone on what's that? Pop Heads is on Reddit. You said this is her American life, and then I saw someone edit Charlie on the huh? Oh, I need to see that. Um, that could be her American life record. I mean, I don't know if people find it polarizing and stuff. Child, they was trying to comfort me because I was reading Tyler. Somebody, yeah, that album didn't. No, ain't nobody buy that record. But she done set up dates for that tour. She's doing like 30 something dates. And then somebody jumped in my comments was like, "Oh well, all the girls are not doing that well on the charts and all this other stuff." I said, "We're not gonna equate. I'm not colored with or I'm not black. I'm colored," as she liked to say, and be like that. That was the reason why that album fly. I said, "No. First of all, Diet Rihanna. Nobody is checking for her. Them songs is and her team don't know what to do with her." And then on top of that, she's kind of rubbed people the wrong way. That whole Grammy incident where she thought that which one was it? Was it Chloe? Where she thought she was gonna hold her Grammy. She looked at her like, "Bitch, who do you think you talking to? Ask me to hold my. It's too heavy. Well, maybe getting to eat a sandwich, get in the gym, lift some weights." So you be able to hold that heavy ass Grammy. Because I be damn. I'm like, oh no, that's your Grammy, bitch. You hold it. Lil Nas X was the only one that was gonna be a gentleman. It was like, okay, I'll do it. It's like, yeah, you better than I would. Cause sis, who you talking to? He said they did a camera matchup of the oh, that's another thing too. I didn't even get to see the short film that Charlie did for music fashion film. I was gonna get around it. I've been so busy. I'm really behind on a lot of stuff. The only thing I did watch though was that I finally got around because Sean, let me tell you, I went to bed at 5 o'clock this morning. That's how long it took me to put this damn show together because I worked fish last night and it was a more laid back show, so it wasn't as crazy as the earlier show. It seemed like because it's winding down, they're kind of going a little laid back with the shows. So last night wasn't so bad. It was just I got home so late. And by the time, as soon as I got home, it was just like I got into bed, started working on the topics for today. By the time I was done, it was 5 in the morning. But what kept me going was I watched Arca's live stream. I finally got around to watching that 4 days later. And I'm looking forward to that new album coming out this week. The only thing that was getting on my nerves was every after every song, her team kept coming over and doing her makeup. I'm like, would y'all leave the girl alone? Like, her face is fine. It ain't going. Stop beating her damn face after every damn song or doing her hair. And it was just annoying. Her glam squad was getting on my nerves. And the beginning kind of irritated me, but she didn't notice. But when they put her on it looked like what was like a flatbed where she was DJing and all this stuff, and the music kept cutting in and out. I'm like, I don't think this is part of the show. And she didn't even know it until they got to the end. She was like, my team's not even notifying me on what's going on. Now pack it up, Tyler. Why would she literally make a Instagram post spilling tea about her interaction with Rihanna? I think that's another thing too that hurt her. It's like your people out here trying to make you into the next Rihanna, and then you went and said what you said. So it just seems like whenever she's better off just being seen and not heard. Well, heard in the sense of you can play your music, but whenever it gets out to y'all actually having conversations with her, I don't know. It's just like whatever comes out of her, she needs media training because it just seems like stuff that comes out of her mouth, it rubs people the wrong way. Live Nation said, Rock said. They always set a lot of people to fail because I'm like, first of all, no shade, but who's asking for a rock set tour? United States. Like, if I could understand if you were doing something like, like how they have like certain festivals where it's like you get a couple of old school rappers, like LL Cool J had his little festival. He would bring out a whole bunch of rappers to kind of perform and a thing, or like the freestyle where you would have Lizette Melendez and Coro and Giggles. And all of them, they will all do like, and Lisa and Kodak, like they will all come out and do like their little sets or whatever. That's what they should have did. How you gonna set them up to do something by themselves, especially when you don't have the original lead singer? Yeah, but the funny, I think what worked with Queen is because of Adam Lambert. That actually helped, and I think because of Adam Lambert is well, there was a lot of things I think that was going for Queen, so that was like perfect with the way they did it. One, Adam Lambert is gay, so was Freddie Mercury. Adam Lambert has a great singing voice and can hit the same ranges as Freddie Mercury. The only thing that I loved about what Brian May and him told him was that don't try to emulate what Freddie Mercury did, kind of do your own thing. So and then he's talked in interviews recently when he was promoting his new album. He said, yeah, there were a couple of people there that fans that were not happy with me coming in and singing the songs and doing whatever. But he said, I love trying to prove people wrong. So he went up in there and he proved them wrong, and people appreciate it. So I think because of the whole Queen thing, it worked because you have someone like an Adam Lambert who is a fan, who can sing just as good as Freddie Mercury and put his own spin on it. And then I think American Idol helped too, because remember, he performed with them on the finale. So that definitely helped with that. But yeah, with Roxanne, I'm like, we don't know her. That I do not care about no ugly ass Megan Kelly and that long head ass bitch. Um did you see the yes. I saw that I did not know about the album. I was wondering about it, but what I did see was somebody recorded her entire concert and posted it on YouTube. So I watched a little bit of it. I like her stage setting. It's like a house and all the other stuff. It's cute. So yeah, we knew. I mean, we knew there was a what do you call it? A deluxe edition, or not a deluxe, because she said it's not a deluxe. She said it's a companion. So kind of like the Fame Monster. So she did say that she was going to drop that, and not Worst Man in America. And I think what is this tour called? Worst Tour in America or something or another. So I figured because there's new songs that she's performing on the tour that I noticed from the set list. So it does make sense. Later better drop that new album. They even said we were a liberal small town. We all know that a lot of these Republican people, they're shapeshifters, they're frauds. Like it's the same, you even see it with Tucker Carlson. One minute he was all up Trump ass, and now that the ship is sinking, now all of a sudden he's anti-Trump. And but I like JD Vance. I'm like JD Vance is a blank is another that the reason why you like him. He a shapeshifter like yo ass because he says whatever he can to get the vote or whatever the case is. The only problem is JD ain't as good at his job as he thinks with the grift. A lot of people in his own party don't even like him. The modern day Fame Monster equivalent. That's the only album you can compare it to realistically. So here's the thing. If because a lot of people, I read a comment earlier and it took a lot of energy for me to not go in and let have. There was some moron that said, talking about Lady Gaga is the blueprint for visuals and music. I'm like, you do know a whole music generation existed before 2008. So for people people coming up here and trying to give Gaga all that credit, the one thing I will say that we should give Gaga credit for, and I'm glad that I was like, finally, we can find something that she's done that has kind of had other people following that footstep, is the whole Fame Monster thing, which is you came out with the debut album was successful, then you came out with a companion album that you could attach to it. Of where you went in the studio, recorded new music, a whole concept, everything, because you wanted to capitalize on the success of that record. She's the one that kind of launched that, and everybody started following in that whole situation. So if you want something to give credit to Lady Gaga, so we can give it to that. But as far as like the whole thing about visual art and the music videos and doing like cinematic concept, Michael Jackson and Madonna was doing all of that. So we're not gonna sit up in here and give that credit to her because remember, Gaga and Beyonce and all of them were inspired by those artists I just mentioned. Exactly, shape-shifting reptiles. It's a more sales to the original album. She created the deluxe edition. Exactly. She launched the whole idea of the whole deluxe edition. Well, capitalize on it. Arga did a stream on her new album. Oh, you must have just came in because we just finished talking about that. I was literally just talking about that. You're gonna be gagged. This is her best work since. And there was a lot of comparisons to Mutant, which I definitely love that album. First of all, I'm obsessed with the album cover. It looks so devilish or whatever. But yeah, I was saying that because I told them I was like, I was literally up to 5 o'clock this morning putting the show together. And while I was putting the show together, um, I was actually watching a live stream. And she was like, I cut my knees open and stuff. I said, well, kind of figured you would. I'm like, you rolling around on that damn concrete? I'm like, are you crazy? No knee pads. I mean, I know some of us like using knee pads for other situations, but for the most part, if you're gonna be rolling around on dirt and concrete and all this other stuff, you're gonna cut your skin open. But yes, I watched it. Lana did a similar concept with Born to Die in Paradise. So did Maga Minaj with Rome Reloaded, Pink Friday, but that was after. Yeah, that's what I said. Like she's the one that kind of solidified that. Dante, where the hell have you been? Man, you ain't been here in a month of Sundays. I thought you just vanished off the face of the earth. But good to have you in here. She rolling around on the moon. Yeah, and I was saying like the one thing that was just annoying me throughout that whole I mean, besides the glitchy opening situation, because when she was on the flatbed and they were driving her around while she was doing the whole DJ set or whatever, her music kept cutting out. Besides that little glitch at the beginning, the one thing that kept annoying me, like after every other song, or even after every song, her glam squad kept coming over and constantly doing her hair and makeup. I'm like, can y'all leave her alone, please? Funny enough, when you said that she was treated like a flash in the pan, look, her and Madonna got something in common because Madonna was treated like a flash in the pan when she first started. And look where she's at. 43 years later, because 2 days ago, her debut album came out 43 years ago. Anyway, we'll continue all the yapping and all the stuff as we progress. Mhm. But in the meantime, let's get through these topics because I gotta be. I want to. Well, we got time, but I want to be out of here by 3 because I have to work later. So let me hit my banner. And without further ado, let's get into our first topic, which is San Diego Comic-Con. So that happened over the weekend. There ain't gonna be much to talk about because ain't nothing really happened. I just feel like what is the point of San Diego Comic-Con at this point? Because Hollywood's a little. I mean, while we got a lot of movies coming out and stuff this year, it just felt like the panel was a little dry. Yeah, you had the Reacher panel, you had the Walking Dead Dead City panel, you had the Vampire Lestat panel. They showed the trailer for the new Neely series, which I'm looking forward to. They showed a new season for Reacher. They showed Carrie trailer. They showed a bunch of little things that we already are aware is coming, and I was like, okay, whatever. And then also the Blade Runner 2099 series. I'm really looking forward to that with Hunter Schafer's in it. And who else? Oh, Michelle Yeoh. I'm looking forward to that because I love my science fiction. Neuromancer. I love that freaking book. Actually bought the book, and I remember when I was working doing COVID testing, whatever. I was reading that book. That book is really difficult to decode. It's a lot to process. But I'm looking forward to the series and seeing how they make it work for the small screen. It's based on William Gibson, who also The Matrix was inspired by a lot of William Gibson's work and a lot of the stuff. So I'm actually looking forward to that series. And then, we had I don't know if any other like movie studios did panels. I think Paramount did one, nobody cared. I know they did one on Star Trek. I think that was why they said also the MCU panel ran late because of Star Trek. But do anybody care about Star Trek at this point in time? Especially with the Ellisons owning it, they're gonna fuck that show up. But anyway, so Comic Con's thing happened. Um, the MCU situation happened. There was only two things that came out that I guess everybody got excited about. One being Ryan Gosling, even though it done spilled out before it actually became, because I think Jeff Snyder actually mentioned it and Daniel RPK mentioned it, but and then Daniel RPK kind of apologized because he was like, I heard he was in talks, but I didn't know it was going to be like a secret. But you know how these people are. Um, they get a scoop, they got to run with it. So yeah, so it was officially announced that Ryan Gosling is going to be our new Ghost Rider, and you already know they had a Ghost Rider movie with Nicolas Cage back in the day. But Ryan Gosling is officially our new Ghost Rider. I know it's been something that he's been dreaming to play for a long time. I think when Project Hail Mary came out, like when he was promoting it, he did mention on Josh Hartnett's Happy Sad Confused podcast that that was a dream role that he wanted to play. And then I also heard that he pitched a Ghost Rider idea to Kevin Feige and all those guys over there at Marvel, and they liked the pitch. And they were like, "Okay, let's get it going." Now I know people are wondering who's he playing. Is he playing Johnny Blaze, whoever, whatever the case? I think that's who he's playing. That should be cool. I'm looking forward to seeing and I think it's perfect casting seeing Ryan Gosling playing someone like a because he's in his mid 40s, even though he doesn't look it, but he definitely I think can pull it off. And I know people are making comments about Sean Levy directing it. I mean, Sean Levy's not a bad director. I like his stuff. First of all, I heard that last Starfighter movie is getting rave reviews. That is to be determined because when it comes to Star Wars, it has been mostly like if we're gonna talk hit and miss, it's been mostly miss. And when Kathleen Kennedy, when she was running things over there, Star Wars wasn't really giving me what I need. And no shade, as much as I like Mandalorian and Grogu, that movie was, well, I'm talking about Mandalorian and Grogu as in the characters, not the movie. The movie was a disappointment for me. The opening, the first half was good, and then the movie felt like to me, like literally, when you watch Mandalorian, the episodes are like what, 30 minutes, give or take, with all the credits. It literally felt like 4 episodes stitched together and made into a movie and thrown in IMAX. That's what it felt like. So Mandalorian Grogu really disappointed me. I mean, if y'all care, if you haven't seen it, you can watch it over there on Disney Plus. But yeah, so that was announced. That's great. I'm looking forward to seeing Ghost Rider when that comes out. But yeah, and Deadpool and Wolverine, I had a good time with it. Um, y'all already know how I feel about Ryan Reynolds. He's fucking annoying. And yeah, he was at Comic-Con in the Deadpool suit going around taking pictures with people. I don't think people even knew it was him until he came in the Hall H and started yapping on the mic and telling his little corny jokes or whatever the case was. But um he was there trying begging to be in a Avengers movie, which he probably will be, whatever. And then he did tease at one point that we are going to be getting a Deadpool movie down the road. I don't think we'll ever get a solo Deadpool movie, which is fine with me because I can only take Ryan in small doses. But having him as part of an ensemble, I'll definitely be there to watch it. Another thing and then also before we get to the Black Panther stuff, one of the things I did notice too, they did bring out the people for Avengers Doomsday. They brought a lot of the cast. At least it was a little better than Chairgate. But they brought up a bunch of the actors in the movie. I was like, okay, whatever. They didn't really reveal anything. I mean, you got Robert Downey Jr. got up there and started doing his accent that he's gonna be doing his Doctor Doom. Like, okay. They gave out Doctor Doom costumes for the audience to put on, and I guess to make them feel a little special, whatever. Because they're like, okay, this is what we're going to have to. We'll just give y'all gifts because we don't really have anything to offer. We can't spoil anything about the movie. I did hear that they showed another trailer which I heard leaked online. I haven't seen it because it's probably gone away. I didn't bother looking it up. I heard about it, and people are saying like the new trailer is better than the teaser that just came out that was revealed at CinemaCon a couple of months ago. So, I'm looking forward to seeing whenever they decide to release that teaser. Probably be this week. Who knows? I haven't checked the news or anything this morning to see like what's the latest news. This is stuff that I put together that's been happening the past couple of days. So they brought out the cast. It's like, okay, they didn't reveal any of the X-Men, probably because Spider-Man Brand New Day comes out this week, which is getting rave reviews, by the way. The reviews are starting to come out. Not the embargo hasn't been lifted. The embargo hasn't been lifted yet, but it's the early reviews, the people that got to go to the screenings and all that stuff, saying it's a great movie. This is the best Spider-Man movie we've seen in a long time. Finally, Tom Holland comes into his own as Spider-Man / Peter Parker, which thank God, because I've always felt in the previous movies while Tom Holland was supposed to be Spider-Man, I just felt like that he was being held back in a lot of ways, and it was just like y'all weren't giving him much to do in his own films. So it was kind of disappointing because I just felt that I like Tom Holland as both Peter Parker and Spider-Man, but give him something to do. And finally, with Dustin Cretton directing, they finally gonna give him something to do. Now, if this movie's successful, can we get us a goddamn Shang-Chi too? Because y'all getting on my nerves. And Destin directed the first Shang-Chi movie. And we're gonna see Simu Liu, who was at Comic Con actually, by the way. We're gonna see him in Doomsday, but it's about time y'all start utilizing his character and let him do the movie. And with I would say Destin and having leverage, being like, okay, so now can I get my Shang-Chi too? I mean, if y'all saying the movie didn't it did well, but if it wasn't a big box office hit, at least we'll do it on a smaller budget. We'll ground it a little bit. I mean, yeah, you need your special effects because he has the rings and all that other stuff, but the martial stick with the martial arts, really cool wire fu and all that other stuff. Y'all can make a really good movie. And I liked Shang-Chi, so I hope we get a sequel because and I like Simu, even though I know a lot of people get annoyed because he could be a little, opinionated. So there's that. But as far as like the whole any news on anything interesting, well, yeah, the last time we got a Ghost Rider was 2012. And to be honest, I just felt like Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider, those movies weren't really that great. They didn't really make much of an impact, critically or commercially. So, and then I heard people say, we already had Ghost Rider in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Okay. First of all, how many fucking people were watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? 10 people? I didn't even watch. I mean, I watched bits and pieces of the show, but Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not a good series. This is my opinion. It wasn't a good series. Now, so shout out to you, Ryan Gosling. I hope I covered everything that, and from what I gathered from San Diego Comic Con. But yeah, it was just a little. Now, one thing I am looking forward to is Black Panther 3. So it was also announced that we got ourselves a new Black Panther. Ryan Coogler took the stage. We had Shuri up there. We had M'Baku up there, and then they done brought out David Jonsson, When I heard that he was cast, I mean, there were always rumblings that he was going to be cast. I did want Damson Idris, but Ryan Coogler said that when he saw David Johnson in The Long Walk, which he was excellent in. I love this guy. Like, I remember the first time I saw him in Alien Romulus with him playing a replicant. No, replicant. The replicants is Blade Runner. We played basically, I forget what they call the robots or whatever in the Alien films. But anyway, when he played um what do they call him? Sims? I don't know. You know, he ain't human. He wasn't human in the movie. When they had him in the film and everything, I liked him in Alien Romulus, but I loved him even more in The Long War. His whole dynamic with um Cooper. Damn, what's his name? Cooper Hoffman, because no, his father passed away from drugs. But Cooper Hoffman, him being in this movie. Well, I heard he's going to be in the new X-Men. Allegedly, that's the rumor. But seeing David Johnson being our new Black Panther, I think is awesome. The only thing that was pissing me off with regarding this, because I heard a lot of people say there weren't a lot of pushback. Oh yeah, it was from niggas, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because apparently people up in here saying he's too short and he's not attractive, and then also they decided to throw in another bone, which is, oh, can we get an American? I'm like, okay, now y'all starting to sound like these damn white people, these Trump supporters. We want things American. I was like, first of all, SMD. Y'all know what that means. Suck my on this whole situation. First of all, David Johnson is not ugly. The fact of the matter is, it's the colorism and the featureism coming from his own damn people. We're talking about he's too short. Well, he's playing the son of T'Challa. So if he's a little short, who cares? Um, he could be more cat-like. Maybe they'll throw a little capoeira up in there or some another. It'll be an interesting way to see what his fighting style will be because he's shorter. And short people, they move around pretty quick. So I'm here for it. And he's a phenomenal actor. Now, the whole thing about an American situation and people, the same MFers that was running around here to my Damson Idris. Damson Idris is also British. So I don't know what y'all talking about. So if he would have got the role, y'all would have complained too. And to be honest, I like Damson Idris. I liked him on Snowfall, but to be honest, he was okay in F1. I don't feel like the way his character was written, it really elevated him. He was kind of like very one note, playing an arrogant young driver. There was no elevation to his character in ways to make him kind of like so that he could play all these different ranges. And yeah, as I don't remember if I'd said this, but Ryan Coogler said that he saw David in The Long Walk and was like, "That's who I want." And he probably came in and killed it. And I'm definitely sure, like, because he's English, he can probably do. Look, if he could do an American accent, y'all can have him do I don't know, well, I would say an African accent. But my thing is this: if you're having people come in and it's supposed to be Wakanda, Wakanda is a fictional place in Africa. I don't know if they actually are doing real African dialects or they're kind of doing their own little thing, kind of like with um Robert Downey Jr., where they said, where's he from? Latvia, Latvia, whatever the fuck. His home country is not even a real place. So he made up an accent based off of where Doctor Doom is from. I wonder if they do the same thing. I need my African people to chime in. It was like, are they doing authentic African accents, or are they doing something where it's like, yeah, it's got those things, but it's kind of like they're doing their own little creation because Wakanda's not a real place. So you can kind of play around with an accent or whatever in that situation. But I'm actually excited for him playing this. I definitely think when you look at David Johnson, he in so many ways kind of favors Chadwick Boseman with a lot of his features. So I'm thinking that's why that he was cast in the role. But I want to see what else. Okay, so they did say that introduces the young son of T'Challa and Nakia in the 2022 sequel. Fans have long speculated that T'Challa 2, aka Toussaint, or Toussaint, if you want to be French, would be aged up to take his father's place in the MCU. The character doesn't exist in the comics, so we don't know how much he'll differ from his father, or whether this is a way to essentially recast the role without directly replacing the late Chadwick Boseman. Now, I do want to talk about that, where there were some people on social media saying that they liked the fact that David Johnson was cast, but they were upset that they didn't just flat out get a new Black Panther, as in replacing Chadwick Boseman. And I've said this plenty of times, and this is of course white people making these things. I said we don't just swap out characters like y'all do, because it's like y'all come a dime a dozen. Like you can put like y'all can come up with like 800,000 Batmans and Supermans and Spider-Mans and Captain Americas, whatever the case. You can constantly swap them people out, and it's not an issue. When it comes to Black folks, where our characters are few and far between, especially in the cinematic universe, it's like we honor the dead. So if Chadwick Boseman, who everybody loves dearly as Black Panther, and then of course they were going to shoot the movie and he had cancer and he couldn't come back, they could have just be like, okay, we're going to bring in a new actor. There would have been an uproar, especially between Black folks, because Black folks is like, some of y'all are insufferable. Y'all get mad over the littlest of thing, any little thing y'all bitch about, just like this whole thing about this young man playing this character. Y'all mad about his looks or whatever the case is. And I've seen some of how these people complain and look. Y'all ain't got room to talk about how David looked, because it's like some of y'all look like a troll from under the bridge trying to read him on his features. So let's not do that. And some of y'all definitely need to put a couple of them sandwiches down, because y'all a biscuit over, and hit the goddamn gym. So if y'all want to sit up here and read him on his looks and body and all the other stuff, look in the mirror before y'all start talking about somebody's looks. So and then also they did say that David Jonsson is 32. But they say he's not exactly playing a teenager or a hugely inexperienced T'Challa in Black Panther 3. Boseman was 40 when he played the hero in 2016's Captain America Civil War. But here's the thing. Um, David Jonsson does not look like he's 32. He looks way younger. It's because black don't crack. So he looks definitely younger than his actual age. And that's the funny thing. People think like, oh, well, this is his age in real life. So how y'all got a 30-something-year-old play? I mean, have y'all not seen a lot of the TV and movies we watched growing up? We've always had 30-something-year-olds playing high schoolers. Because you can have them do them 14 and 16-hour days, at work. So I don't think I have anything much to work on. Oh, I also should have mentioned Black Panther and what was it? Shit. What did I say? Ghost Rider. All coming out in 2028. I don't know if they revealed the date that Ghost Rider is coming out, but Black Panther 3 is coming out December 15th, 2028. So I'm assuming that Ghost Rider is going to probably come out before then. It might be I mean, if anything, I would make Ghost Rider if it's gonna have horror elements, why not release it in October? September, October, like release it around that time, or is that a little too close for a movie to come out? But he did say, I want to say thank you so much. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for this amazing family that I have the honor and privilege of being blessed to join. And also, last but certainly not least, Michael Bakari Jordan, who played Killmonger in Black Panther 3, has spoken out because he was on the red carpet for Spider-Man Brand New Day, which I will say this. I don't know what the hell Michael was wearing, but he had a Spider-Man white shirt on and it looked like these hammer pants. I was like, them out. The alpha was a chop, but I get why he was, trying to wear what he wore. But anyway, so Entertainment Tonight did catch up with Bakari at the Spider-Man Brand New Day premiere on Monday night and asked him his thoughts. He said, "Oh, I love it. It's amazing. I can't wait. Can't wait." So he's excited. So while y'all are out here hating on this young man for getting a job that only some of y'all could dream of, Michael B. Jordan's here for it. A lot of us are here for it. I'm here for it. So I just feel like at the end of the day, let's wait and see on what he does before, or how the role is transpired before y'all start making y'all comments. I yearn for the day where we can go back to actually just enjoying stuff, or just waiting and seeing before we give our opinion on stuff. Everybody got a goddamn opinion online before they even see a lick of film. So I'm optimistic. I'm excited. And it's about, look, we definitely need another Black Panther movie, and I'm glad Ryan Coogler is coming back. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding San Diego Comic-Con? Were you satisfied? Were you underwhelmed? Were you overwhelmed? Do you feel like what do you think they should do to make Comic Con a lot better? Maybe they've outgrown their place or whatever. They do need to start live streaming these panels because a lot of people can't really get into Hall H. They just keep propping up Hall H like it's this amazing thing, and then when it comes down to it, it's like, y'all didn't really give us much of anything. So who knows? Maybe D23 when that rolls around will get the official X-Men cast. But yeah, they couldn't even reveal anything about X-Men because we got Spider-Man coming out this week and Sadie Sink's character hasn't been revealed yet. And they trying to keep that under wraps. Even though I think we know who she's playing. So let me know and then I'm hearing rumors that Storm may be introduced in Black Panther 3, which will be the launching pad for her showing up in the next X-Men film, which we'll see how that works. Because remember, Storm was kind of involved in the world of Wakanda at one point. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Well, our part wasn't a really good record. It was just, I think it was just, it was, she was, that record was overly ambitious. I don't even think she, it just was poorly executed. Katie was bigger than Gaga when they both debuted, but so was Cindy when she debuted at the same time as Madonna. He said, "We already know how that went." Our part was a flaw when it was released, but I think it's her last decent album. Yeah, I think it just threw her for a loop. Yes, Project Muscle Mary. Can you imagine they make that into a gay version? Just about the only fans are pissed. They even caught that he's using Deadpool and Disney to control the narrative. They thought he was canceled. Everybody said Blake was destroyed, but no. Uh, here's the thing. I've always said Ryan Reynolds is not going to be affected by any of this, and he knows this. This is all damage control. At the end of the day, people love him as Deadpool. That is like the one role that he plays that a lot of people love him being a part of. So the whole Deadpool thing, he's always going to be successful in that part. I do feel like Blake Lively will have a much harder time crawling back out of, into favor of the audience. I don't think she'll have as much success at this point, child, just raise them 4 kids you got with Ryan and let him just be the money. Not that she's had any issues, and I'm talking about Eva Mendes, but look, Eva Mendes sits at home and takes care of the 2 daughters while the other Ryan, Gosling, is out here making the movies. I think Blake need to do the same thing with her husband because if she's polarizing and she's one of those people that's just not easy to work with or be around, then I think she should just give up the acting, raise the kids, and then maybe down the road when once the girls is old enough, then she can come back in and do little projects here and there, kind of like Jessica Biel. Oh, then we'll let you do a little vanity projects. Nobody gonna watch them, but you can go off and do your you can go off and do your little projects. But yeah, Ryan was going to be affected because as long as he got Deadpool in his back pocket, he'll continue to have success. People will people now. Don't get me wrong. There'll be people that still can't stand him and think he's obnoxious and he's a rude piece of shit and all this other stuff. But those same people will be there opening night to see the movie while they actually hating on the actor playing it. Word is Confession 2 Super Deluxe is being planned for November. The extra 8 songs will be its own second disc and mixed. Well, we shall see how that all works out. Because I always find it funny. They keep saying, like, no, the same thing like with Confessions 1. Like, the songs that we have are the songs that we have. We didn't really create other songs outside that and just cut them. We just created what we created. But you said you had extra songs that that didn't fit on the record. So I guess you'll just use that. Last thing I'll say about Gaga, what I liked about R Pop is how Gaga managed to somehow scrub "Do What You Want" from everyone's memory. You can barely find anything about it besides the Xtina before. Oh yeah, because she got rid of R. Kelly. But I'm like, sis, y'all all knew R. Kelly and what he was all about, and y'all still work with him. But once it got a little too hot, then all of a sudden everybody wanted to jump ship. Robin Zara Larson talked to be remixed. Sadly, because of her soprano voice, basically everybody is saying Zara needs to work with Ariana, Mariah Carey, and artists with similar vocal style. So saying that Zara Larson is a mismatch on the record. I will say this. One thing I did love about yeah, the Robin album, it was a little disappointing to me. But one of the things I will say is that I loved her cover of Always by Erasure. That was a good one. Because I was watching some live performances with her. Like technically born in Sweden, but you could tell. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I think a lot of Swedish girls have been inspired by American R&B music and all that stuff. Because Robin was the same. Remember, Robin was people thought she was a black girl when she came out with that album with "Do You Know What It Takes" and all the other songs that she had on that record, which she will never sing any of those songs. When she was working with Max Martin and back in the day, people thought she was a black girl. I remember when she did RuPaul's talk show back in the day, and she was like, "I thought you was black." Mm-hmm. Because she got that soul. So I think that's the similarities of why they work together. Cleveland's in the building. Somebody he's at lunch. Loving the song. I haven't heard it. I need to listen to it, but I don't know. I've been kind of avoiding like listening to little singles or whatever. I always want to wait until the full album come out. But when is Tove's when is Tuve's album come out? Next month? Rumor has it that FK Twigs is doing a part 3 for Youth Sexual called Body High. So I mean, wasn't funny enough, wasn't Body High the name of the tour? And she did release that song from oh my god, what's the rapper's name that I actually like that new song that she has out. Do people actually care about Zara Larson or was she actually a flash in the pan? I wanted a new album, not a remix. Oh yeah, that album, child. I did not care about that remix album. I listened to it once. I'm like, it's kind of like how I felt about Lady Gaga's Chromatica remix album. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? And I turned it on. It was a mess. It's kind of like how I feel about Zara's remix album. I'm like, ma'am, who remixed this? It's a chop. I got what you were saying. Oh, okay, September. Do I want to wait that long for a whole to listen to a whole album? Why y'all be waiting so long to release these records though? They released like 8 damn singles and got us waiting forever for the record. It's kind of like Icona Pop. Finally, their album comes out next month, and y'all taking forever to release the record. I'm like, God damn. Yeah, what's the name of the tour? I did work the tour. I had to see a little bit of it. I didn't really get to see the whole tour, which was kind of disappointing because I was working um the entrance to the arena, so I could only peek in every now and again to see like some of the show. But I had to. Well, actually, that's not true. I did get to watch it because, funny enough, where I was facing, there's a bar like across the one of like where one of the suites is at, and they had the screen behind the bartenders that literally was not streaming, but it was like because when we're in the garden, we always got cameras going and whatever that's filming the show for all the other screens in the building for people to see it. So one of the screens behind the bar actually had the feed of the concert. So that's how I was watching. I couldn't see it live. I was watching it on a screen. But you said she is hipster culture gaze on the lockdown. Tove is September 18th. Sunday is Carly Rae Jepsen, which is why everybody said Charlie XCX should have had that day. A trio of indie pop. And then, people will be like, I don't like the fact that they're gonna have all these girls going up against each other in one day, 3 albums and stuff coming all at once. I'm like, look, it is what it is. We can all multitask and listen to 3 records. Well, Shadow's girl did not like Charlie's new album. I did like it more than Brat. All right. Let's get back into the show, y'all. And let's talk about the Odyssey, which is doing pretty well this week, which we all knew it would because there was really no competition. The competition kicks off this week when Spider-Man Brand New Day comes out, but it's good that the Odyssey is making this little coin totta at the box office in the meantime. As everybody is, coming out trying to see it. I know like IMAX and all of them is sold out. I heard that IMAX is literally sold out for the Odyssey until October. First of all, I didn't even know that Christopher Nolan booked so many viewings of this that far in advance. Because they always have like movies got to be in 30 days or 45 days, whatever the number is. The movie is already out on digital, whatever. But I think in this case, Christopher Nolan is the exception. Where, and I know Tom Cruise is like that too. Is like, no, if I'm going to do a movie, it's not coming out. We're not doing the 45-day window or whatever. Like we need the 3 months in the theater. But it also depends if your movie's doing well. So with the Odyssey doing well, I would say, like, why would y'all throw away money? Let it do what it got to do because it's an event situation. People want to see this on IMAX and 35 millimeter and all that other stuff. So let it run its course. And all that. That's how I feel. So the Odyssey, as you know, continued its epic box office journey, securing a sensational 87 million from 3,943 North American theaters in its second weekend of release. That's a tally that most films, especially of the R-rated variety, would be happy to earn in their opening weekends. Ticket sales for the Odyssey declined just 30% from its sizable 123.5 million debut, a testament to the box office durability of director Christopher Nolan. Most tentpoles that open above 100 million would decline by 50% or more in subsequent weekends. Plus, R ratings can limit a film's audience because they prevent sorry, most people under 18 from buying a ticket. To that end, the turnout for the Odyssey represents the second biggest sophomore outing for an R-rated movie after Disney's Deadpool and Wolverine, which earned 96 million in its second weekend after launching to a record-setting 221 million domestically. Now, after 2 weekends in theaters, Nolan's big-budget adaptation of Homer's epic poem, starring Matt Damon as the Greek king Odysseus, has grossed 286.4 million in North America and 639.6 million globally. The Odyssey will be tested next weekend with the release of Spider-Man Brand New Day, Sony's Marvel adventure, starring Tom Holland and Zendaya. Oh, I forgot to also mention when I was talking about Tom Holland, they said giving him a lot more to do when he's coming into his own as Spider-Man and growing up as Peter Parker, like coming into his own as a man, like going from a boy to a man. I heard Zendaya, MJ has a lot more to do in this movie. And I'm like, about damn time, because I felt like y'all was wasting her. Like y'all always had her doing one range where she would be very much self-deprecating or sarcastic in a lot of her tone. But I like the idea that they're giving her more to do in this film. And then what was Peter's best friend's name? Ned, right? I hope they give him just as much to do too. I like Jacob alone. So I would like to see him get a lot more to do in this film too. And hopefully they find, which I think will happen, they'll find their way back to each other where Peter can be with Zendaya. I mean, he's with her in real life. He can hunt her all the time because now that that's his wife. But that Peter and MJ get back together and him and Ned and get to bring their friendship. We all know that's all going to happen. So, and then he also said that he'll play Peter Parker as long as y'all have him. So, but I say also branch out into other things so that we are not pigeonholed. And so far, he's been doing that. So they said the Odyssey has been a force in IMAX, which made sense because it's the first feature shot entirely with the company's high tech cameras. IMAX cameras are loud, cumbersome, and expensive. Most movies are shot digitally and utilize IMAX only for certain action sequences. So far, the Odyssey has generated 140 million globally in IMAX, including 78 million domestically and 62 million internationally. It's the company's second fastest film to hit 100 million, clearing the benchmark in just 10 days. For reference, Nolan's prior film, Oppenheimer, earned 180 million in IMAX by the end of its theatrical run. IMAX converted coveted 70 millimeter screens, in which there are only 41 in the world, contributed 5.2 million over the weekend and 16.9 million to date, representing 12.1% of the total IMAX box office. Since cinephiles know that IMAX 70 millimeter is Nolan's preferred format, most of these showtimes are sold out until September. So that was the one that was about the 35 millimeter, the what was it the 70 millimeter and all that stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. IMAX, it's hard to get a ticket in there. I would love to see it in IMAX, but it's just hard to find a ticket. Also, I did hear someone say online that people are booking those screenings or whatever in the IMAX and all the stuff. But one guy said that he was in the theater watching the film, and there was a lot of empty seats where it was just like, if people are going to get a ticket and not show up, it's kind of messed up because there's people that are dying to really get in those IMAX theaters to watch the film, but when you go in the theaters, like he saw like there was quite a few empty seats up in there. And it was like in the upper center seats. So yeah, the Odyssey is doing really well. Congratulations to them. They also said that the Odyssey wasn't the only movie inspired by Greek mythology to land among the top five at the weekend box office. Hadestown the Musical, a film version of the very successful Broadway show, had a strong debut with 9.6 million from 1,949 theaters. To compare, a theatrical version of Hamilton earned 10.1 million from 1,825 screens, while Broadway's live captures of favorites like Waitress the Musical and Merrily We Roll Along opened at 2.6 million and 1.3 million respectively. I always find it interesting that those movies get to make so much money. Like Broadway, when they film Broadway stuff for the screen, they make money. And I think it's because, well, we know why, because a Broadway ticket is so expensive. Like a lot of people can't really afford to go see these things on Broadway. I don't know. It doesn't, for me, I always have a hard time trying to watch a filmed Broadway version. I always like, I guess maybe I'm old school. I like to go into an actual theater and watch a Broadway play when I can. But it's a lot cheaper. First of all, the ticket's like what, $20? If you do Fallon events or whatever the case is, people pay that. And it's like it's a lot cheaper, and that's why people do it. So shout out for those who support those things. Now, they said Hadestown, an operatic retelling of the Greek myth of Orpheus, a musician who ventures into the underworld to rescue his fiancee. What's her name? Eurydice was supposed to play in theaters for just 5 days, given the positive reviews and popular demand. Crosswalk and LG Entertainment, which released Hadestown with Bleecker Street, are expanding the run with plans to add additional dates and showtimes. Now, Disney Moana and Toy Story 5 captured second and third place at the box office. Moana earned 10.5 million from 4,015 locations in its third weekend, a modest 40% decline. So far, the live action version of the studio's animated adventure has generated 102.5 million in North America and 228.2 million worldwide. Disney spent 250 million to reimagine the oceanic set movie, so Moana will struggle to swim the profitability in its theatrical run. That is way too much money y'all spent on this film. Why y'all spend $250 million on this film? Y'all could have probably made that for half. Y'all could have probably made that for $150 million. Because I'm like, if y'all shot in Hawaii, I'm sure. I mean, I don't think locations in Hawaii is that expensive. But when you look at the film, it's like they shot it on location, but everything looks CGI'd and green screened. It just looks weird. It doesn't look real. It looks AI-ish. So that is way too much money y'all spending on a live action film. And another thing too, I've heard people complaining about these Disney live action films that y'all are doing shot by shot remakes of it. So you're basically taking an animated version of a movie. You're basically just doing it live action, but it's regurgitated from what we saw in the anime. Like, I don't want to see a live action version of the same movie I saw that was animated. If you're gonna make something animated into live action, bring something different that I didn't see. Like so for example, like Lilo and Stitch. If you're gonna make a live action version of Lilo and Stitch, give me something different that I didn't see from that original movie. The same thing with Moana. It's like you made something and you make it a shot by shot. Like that's stupid to me. What was the point? It's like it literally comes across as a cash grab, and maybe people saw that that's what it was. Now they talk about Toy Story 5 is poised to notch another box office benchmark. It'll soon overtake its predecessor, 2019's Toy Story 4, as the biggest installment in the beloved Pixar franchise. Now, Toy Story 4 made $1.7 billion, I should say. So, Toy Story 5 basically made $1.22 billion globally. So it's $1 billion movie already. So they don't have to worry. People just love, their Buzz Lightyear and Woody. I haven't seen Toy Story 5 yet. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Now, Minions and Monsters tied with Hadestown for number 4 at the domestic box office. Minions and Monsters brought in 9.6 million. And Despicable, well, I don't know. I heard a lot of people didn't really care. I mean, I heard Minions and Monsters was good, but it is the weakest of the franchise. Maybe because the last Despicable Me or Minions movie didn't really. It just kind of people just wasn't feeling it, and then finally when they get back on track, people just like, I guess we're over it. So that's what's going on right now. The movies are still doing well. Yeah, there's some things that's struggling, but it seems like everything is doing well. The box office. Odyssey is still kicking butt. Well, it'll be interesting to see how well it does next week up against Spider-Man Brand New Day, which I'm actually going to go see on Friday. So when I come back next week after Friday, when I after that, once I've seen it and I come back with the next episode, I'll let y'all know my thoughts on the movie and all that good stuff. So anyway, so I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the Odyssey? Have you seen the Odyssey yet and all that good stuff? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments, or any of the movies on the list. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Like, it's about why it takes so much, why it's taking so long. I had a few plans. We wouldn't need a few months to wait, but the iTunes era, nobody saw eventually a vinyl comeback. You don't have a, yeah. The funny enough, I was talking to a coworker of mine who's much older, and I said, like, yeah, I'm from the CD era. So I wasn't collecting vinyls and things of that nature. I even, like, my mother gave me she asked me, do you want like an old vintage looking record player, whatever? I was like, yeah, I'll take it, because I got the Madonna vinyl for Confessions too. And I was like, you know what? I noticed like a lot of people are going, like a lot of, especially Gen Z, they're going analog. They're starting to buy a lot of physical media, not necessarily for movies, but and well, I know with games, yes, but now they're trying to stop that, and people are pissed off, specifically Sony, PlayStation. Um, but with music, a lot of people buying CDs again. They buying cassette tapes. They buying vinyl, all those stuff. And I was like, I never really collected vinyl. My parents were the ones who was going out buying vinyl, because I grew up on vinyl. But I'm the era of, like, by the time I was old enough to buy music, it was CDs that I was buying. So um I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, now that people are going analog, that's probably what's taking so long. It's not, it's a lot to press these damn record players or records. Music industry treated iTunes as a fad. Well, to be honest, with music in general, I just feel like the industry is always slow to catch up. They always treat every new trend as a fad, and then realize, like, it's not a fad, it's here to stay. It's the same thing. Oh, child, can we talk about Miley Cyrus joining Atlantic Records? Somebody said, who gonna tell her? The girl don't end up in a ditch somewhere, because it seems like a lot of people who sign Atlantic Records don't live to tell the tale. You could tell now the roles reversed. Singles really went gold to platinum. Jesus, Robert, you're writing a whole damn novel. He said the only film I ever saw in 70 millimeter was Tarantino. I don't know if I've seen a movie in 35 millimeter, which was what the hell did I see? Oh, Sleepaway Camp. That was the original print, and the director was there. This was at the IFC Theater on West 4th Street. I went over there because they were doing a screening and a Q&A with the director of Sleepaway Camp, and I went to go watch it in the original print. That was an experience. It's an artist people look one for a weekend. I bet you the same ones who complain about the diversity in the movie didn't have the same energy for the non-muses being black and singing gospel music by Disney's Hercules or Jay Herrera's Epic. Wait, what did I say that we was talking about with diversity? Or you going back to the whole Black Panther thing? That fast with you. Well, look, child, I don't want to be outside in the heat working these damn shows. I don't want to be outside sweating. Oh, we talking about diversity of the Odyssey. That's what it was. I know people was complaining, and I said, like, yeah. And I even said it about the David Johnson casting on my social media. I was like, the same ones complain about black folks, or I should say, with these men, niggas, complaining about David Johnson being cast as Black Panther. I said, y'all sound just like the white people complain about Lupita Nyong'o playing Helena Troy. Oh shit, we want somebody beautiful. And then y'all get mad when white people say that about y'all because it's rooted in racism and featureism. But then y'all do it to yourselves. I do prefer the whole arena, whatever, because I got AC. It'd be so cold in the garden when I be working each. It was like yesterday. I was glad that it was freezing in during the fish concert, but then it started getting hot because I had to keep running up and down the steps, clearing my aisles because people want to dance in the aisles, people want to sneak in, and all that. Y'all gotta go, and I need y'all to disperse. I can't have y'all like I don't know. There's a lot of people that I work with that don't, I guess, don't like confrontation. I'm like, that's part of the job. When people doing stuff they ain't supposed to be doing, you got to be like, excuse me, I need to go over here, out the way, disperse, all that stuff. And 9 times out of 10, they listen. But when they on that stuff, what are you gonna do? But because at a Fish concert, expect a lot of smoking and all kinds of drugs, paraphernalia and stuff they be taking. But also, but then Bon Jovi, it was hot. I said, who you think is Madonna? Even though I had my little encounter here, I was like, who does he think is Madonna? He don't like the air on in there. Cause it's like, I guess when you're older, it helps the voice, whatever. But I'm like, but I'm hot and I'm sweating. But yeah, the like if you ever work a concert outdoors, it is the worst, especially in the summertime because it'd be so hot and there's no air. You said Disney under. Oh, you talking about Bob Iger is never going to take risks to make it? Well, he's supposed to be leaving. Didn't they already hire his successor? I believe they did. It's like, oh, I still buy my music from iTunes. Funny enough, maybe I should start buying my music and stuff, but I don't. I just buy like physical copies. Like I told you, I bought Madonna, I bought the vinyl, the grinder vinyl, and I got her CD of Confessions too. So if anything ever happens, I can always pop it in somewhere. At least I got a physical copy of it. And I bought Adam Lambert's latest album via CD. So I think I'm getting back into the whole habit of wanting to buy physicals. And not damn why we early because I have to work later. That's why. Otherwise, if I did do an early show, y'all wouldn't have gotten one. Just saying. But he said I did not see the trailer. I did save it in my history to watch later. Is it good? Because I heard like the person who created the books was throwing shade at the movie. So does the movie look like? I mean, does it look good or what? Let me know in the comments. Um, It did look a little Wakanda-esque. So I don't know. Well, we'll see how, I'll look at the trailer and see. Maybe the next time when I come on, which will be Thursday, I'll give y'all, my overall thoughts. The muses were supposed to be the Spice Girls because filming Spice World and being super busy, the Spice Muses was sadly dropped and replaced. And they were supposed to sing those parts. Rancid fans who think they cute because they got a VIP section. You do deal with a lot of that when you got people who are in VIP or people who buy expensive tickets. Like I had one woman complain on the floor. My daughter can't see, and I spent $3,000 for tickets. And in my head, I'm like, "Who told you to spend that amount of money on the floor? Like, it's gonna be hard for you to see on the floor because of height situations, or who knows? Somebody might be in front of you that's tall, and you can't really see. That's why I always recommend. But it also depends on the place because I've heard other arenas are different and stuff. But at MSG, I always tell people get the 100s. The 100s is a better spot if you want to see certain shows or whatever because you're elevated, like everything goes up, so you're elevated and you can pretty much have a good eye line. I mean, the floor is cute or whatever, but it really is hard to see sometimes. Yeah, that was another thing too, is that I think that's why I stopped really buying a lot of like at one point I was buying a lot of physical media, but then I became a nomad at one point and I was moving around a lot. And that's what I'm like, you know what, digital works better. I don't have because I can't just keep like if I want to pack up and leave or whatever, I don't want to carry a lot of stuff. Like I have very little stuff. I can't even like rent a storage space and put stuff. So I don't like to carry. I don't like to walk around with a lot of stuff. So that's one of the things I will agree with you on. I'm not big on the whole hoarding thing. Bob's only intention was to save the company from going red because his replacement almost hurt. Well, you talking about Bob Chapek, who was literally churning out too much product, which is why I believe, like they said, they're going back to their original situation, which is quality over quantity. So they're only going to be releasing very little projects from the MCU, and they're going back to the basics, what they did like from the first three phases, which I think is smart. Don't put out too many shows, don't put out too many movies. But Disney Plus, y'all got to figure out what y'all gonna be doing over there because you can't have a streaming service with barely anything on it. That's probably why they're trying to combine that and Hulu. Speaking of which, I just heard that they that now with if you have YouTube Premium, they're adding Peacock to it. So once that happens, I think I'm gonna cancel my Peacock subscription because it's now that I do YouTube Premium, it'll be a part of it. And I ain't gotta worry about ads, which actually works because there be certain things with Peacock, especially if I want to get back into like any of the Bravo stuff. I want to be able to watch it without having to deal with ads and stuff. You said you have 6 shelves. Oh, so you say it actually doesn't look bad. I like the Black Muses and Hercules and prefer those over what could have dated the film in the 90s. Mommy, who are the Spice Girls? I remember when people would list which Black pop divas could play them. Oh yeah, I didn't get one of those. But yeah, I got the Peacock with the ads. So and that's how I was able to see Obsession. In the alternate universe, Whitney Houston would have played. Yeah, I definitely could see Whitney Houston in those movies or whatever, doing a live action version or just the voice, the vocals or whatever. But anyway, let's get back into some more hot topics. Since we talking about singers, let's talk about Michael Jackson. So it looks like Michael has set a streaming date. So for the two of you left who haven't seen Michael in a theater, the King of Pop is heading to streaming. So the billion-dollar musical of 2026 is heading to streaming following a lengthy 108-day theatrical window after opening April 24th to 97.2 million domestic and 217 million worldwide, the best ever for a musical biopic. Now, the biopic is directed by Antoine Fuqua, written by John Logan, produced by Graham King, and starring the King of Pop's nephew, Jafar Jackson, will stream on all Stars apps and Stars streaming and on-demand platforms. The Stars channel will be the home to the blockbuster TV premiere the same day at 7 p.m. I was like, what day? Okay, I was looking for the damn day. Where is the date? August 10th. So if you haven't seen it, if you have Stars, but I guess they desperately need people over there watching Stars because I can't tell you the last time I watched something on Stars. But I just heard today, I mean yesterday, if you haven't seen like Power and all the other stuff, I guess 50 Cent made a deal with Netflix, so y'all can catch up on all the Power episodes on Netflix and catch it over there. I've seen a couple of episodes. I was never really into Power, whatever, but who knows? Maybe I'll get into it and catch up and stream it over there. Cause yeah, I don't have Stars. I was like, I'm not adding another streamer to my thing, and they barely have anything on there to watch. They still have the Crow remake over there with FKA Twigs and Bill Skarsgård. They still got that over there on there. It hasn't been released anywhere else. So, and I still haven't seen it. So now Michael received the A- cinema score and was 97% with audiences on Rotten Tomatoes. It became the third movie this year to gross 1 billion, a list that includes Disney Pixar's Toy Story 5 and Universal Illumination's Super Mario Galaxy movie. In addition, Michael is the highest grossing biopic, beating Oppenheimer, and musical biopic, beating King's multi-Oscar winning Bohemian Rhapsody at 911 million worldwide of all time at the box office. Michael joins other Lionsgate picks on Stars, including The Housemaid and Russell Crowe's Beast. I definitely love The Housemaid. That's another one that's exclusively over there at Stars. So unless you want to rent it or buy it, that's the only way you're going to see The Housemaid. And I had a good time. I enjoyed that movie. But yeah, so if you haven't, for the like I said, for the two of you that have not seen Michael, if you have Stars, you could definitely head over there and watch it on August 10th, or just do like the rest of us, rent it on Prime Video or buy it. I actually bought it, even though I already told you I had my little love hate relationship with the situation. But yeah, just I bought it just to have it. So, but as I keep saying before, can we, now that this is all successful, well, I need somebody to give us the Madonna biopic, but who knows? Maybe we won't get that until she's no longer in the union. So I'll say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Have you seen Michael? If you haven't seen it, do you have Stars, and do you plan on watching it over there? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. It did look like Black Panther, no shade. And they need to let Beyonce songs go. She ain't Mother Africa. Not Mother Africa. That's what I was saying. Like, I'm like, did it kind of give like a rip off of Black Panther? I was saying it was giving Wakanda tease with some and I saw it like from the on-set photos, like when they were showing photos, like I think Entertainment Weekly had photos of like from the movie. And I was like, it's giving Wakanda. A24. Could you imagine them trying to put up that kind of money? And that won't happen, because if you want to get a real Michael biopic, they ain't gonna get licensed, and they're not gonna be able to get those songs. The one thing I am looking forward to, and I might actually get a ticket to see this, we got Purple Rain the musical coming to Broadway. So I might want to see that. That looks interesting. And who knows, it'll probably be just as successful as Michael. I know Prince probably rolling in his grave, because he would never want to do a musical version of Purple Rain or whatever the case, because you know how he get when it comes to his art. But the state got to make them coins, so do what you got to do. And then I heard, because I was gonna make this a story, but I totally remembered after I was going to bed. I was like, "Fuck, I forgot that story." So I heard that Jake Shears is going to be replacing Luke Evans in as Dr. Frankenfurter in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, or Rocky Horror Show, is that what they're calling it that. So we got Valentina and the lead singer from Scissor Sisters up in the situation. I just wonder if his bulge is his way. I should know this. He used to be a go-go boy before he went before he became a singer. If he got a big old lot between me down there like Luke Evans, because Luke was packing. Yeah, it would be nice if we got an introspective, emotional Michael movie with the songs, like showing like Michael was multi-layered. You basically gave us a lot of surface crap with him, which was kind of like my disappointment with the movie. It was just very surface level. And they thought, okay, we'll throw the nostalgia in. Oh, he was such a great dancer. And yeah, those songs, I was like, yeah, that's great and all. But who was the man behind all of that? We really didn't get to know Michael, the real Michael. It was just basically a surface level Disney-fied version, similar to what we got with Bohemian Rhapsody, a watered down version of Freddie Mercury, which is why I didn't like that movie. Yeah, it's great to listen to the songs or whatever. The movie was ass. That's why I don't particularly care for biopics. But I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they're going to do with the Britney Spears one, now that they finally got a writer. But anyway, let's get into some more Hollywood tea. And let's talk about some actors in Hollywood, such as Benedict Cumberbatch, Alan Cumming, Benedict Wong, and about other people who penned an op-ed going against this whole Paramount-Warner Brothers merger. Now, they're not the only ones who I heard that are going against the merger. Because I'm sure you probably have heard by now, but the judge extended the delay on the merger, which I'm actually happy about, because Paramount should not be able to buy up all, like, y'all should not be out here monopolizing all these damn studios. Like, that's ridiculous. You barely have gotten Paramount off the ground with any of the projects y'all got going on over there, but yet y'all want to buy up Warner Brothers, because we see what y'all doing. I definitely think they want their hands on the media. They want to appease the idiot in the White House, and they just want to continue to control the information that the American people get in regards of what's going on domestically and internationally. So that's why I don't particularly care for. And don't get me wrong, CNN is an ass news network. MSNBC, MS Now, whatever they call themselves. I don't watch legacy media. They're not really giving y'all the true information of what's going on in the world. There's Zionist propaganda BS that they spew on whenever it comes to any kind of Muslim candidate, be it Zohran Mamdani or what's his name, Al Sayed. When they come after him, it's just like when they come after them or whatever the case is, or when they want to keep talking about, well, does Israel have a right to exist or whatever? It's like, well, when you're gonna ask, does Palestine have a right to exist? So whenever they get into their political BS, it just kind of makes me roll my eyes and want to rip my good hairs out because I don't have no bald spots. So it makes me want to rip my hair by the root, but I don't want to do that because then I don't want to end up with a bald spot. So um that's one of the main reasons why I don't want them to get their hands on it because their political agenda. It's not about y'all really wanting to make quality films. And funny enough, the other day I did watch a David Ellison produced movie. I was watching Jack Reacher with Tom Cruise, which we have a story on him later on. And I forgot how good that movie was. But it could have been because Christopher McQuarrie, who directed a lot of the last couple of Mission Impossibles, wrote and directed that movie. So the UK Culture Society, oh, sorry, the UK Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, who has remained in her post amid a cabinet reshuffle with new Prime Minister Andy Burnham taken office, has previously said she was minded to intervene in the 111 billion mega deal that, if successful, would undoubtedly change not just Hollywood but the global film and TV industry. Among the host of issues, the actors cite concerns over the livelihoods of British film and TV crews, independent film financing, and the consolidation of news publications. Saying, quote, as actors and public figures who have spent our careers in the arts in Britain, working with British crews on British stages and sets, we have a responsibility to the public who support, enjoy, and consume the art we make, wrote the famed Marvel actors Cumberbatch and Wong, as well as Cumming, is part of the Traitors, and he's Nightcrawler in the X-Men films and the upcoming Avengers Doomsday. On Monday, in a piece titled, A TV and Cinema Calamity Could Be Disastrous for What You Watch and What You Know, Act Now to Stop That, saying, quote, the UK is being threatened by a media merger that would harm our workers, our culture, and the public, but we can stop it. They mentioned that they are encouraged by Nanny's statements that she wants to investigate the threat to public interest and acknowledges that she is not acting alone. This month, 12 U.S. states, led by California, sued a federal court to block the merger, warning that it would raise prices, shrink the number of films made, and degrade the quality of what audiences see. Over the weekend, news broke that David Ellison's Paramount agreed not to close the takeover until the court decides whether the deal violates antitrust laws. Well, I think we pretty much know it does. A spokesperson for the company says this is the fastest and clearest way to prove that the transaction is good for competition, good for consumers, and good for creators. It's neither good for any of those that was mentioned, by the way. A conclusion dozens of competition authorities around the world have already reached. Ellison himself has routinely said the deal will embrace cutting-edge innovation and inject some fresh blood into a tired industry. Well, cutting-edge innovation, are we talking about artificial intelligence? Because I was seeing something on the local news yesterday, and it wasn't under my control. I was in the break room at the garden, and it was on, and it was about that AI has now reached a place where it's surpassed humans or whatever the case. I said, "Child, we are officially in Skynet." It's like, nope, I don't want machines being smart to me. And first of all, they can never be smart to us because machines are only programmed to do what humans program them to do. So Cumberbatch, Cumming, and Wong maintain that the filed lawsuit confirms the danger it cannot, however, do the UK's work for it. They explain that the EU, which has conditionally backed the merger, makes its own decisions. The fight against this merger now runs on two fronts, and Nandy commands one of them. Should her department decide to intervene, it may prove one the most important decisions any culture secretary has taken for UK film, television, and media in a generation. The men say that UK film and TV are not just images on our screens, they are lives and livelihoods of thousands of workers and families whose work supports local economies. They cite Boeing figures such as the 180,000 jobs supported through the industry and the 6.8 billion pound production spent reported last year. It is one of the things the UK still does better than almost anyone, and a cultural heritage we must protect. Well, that is true on that part. That is one of the things that they still do better than any and almost anyone, because if you think about it, when you notice like America has kind of slowed down in regards of its labor, in regards of like there's a lot of empty studios in LA. Everybody's running over to the UK to film out there. When you see a lot of these MCU stuff, they either shooting in Atlanta or they shooting out there in the UK. And it's sad that we're losing business because everything is so damn expensive in America. And this has been going on for a long time. They add that they have watched with growing alarm that consolidation does to the breadth and depth of the work we produce, before recognizing that independent film acquisitions at the leading independent film festival, Sundance, fell by half between 2019 and 2025. Award-winning documentaries, film that won Oscars and topped festival in juries, have struggled to find commercial distribution because they touch subjects the remaining handful of buyers found inconvenient. Every merger of this kind narrows the funnel through which stories can reach audiences. Now, the service, Warner Brothers estimated 84 billion in debt. Executives and promised investors around 6 billion in synergies Cumberbatch, Cumming, and Wong mentioned. In plain English, that means redundancies, canceled productions, fewer films commissioned, and fewer risks taken. That is precisely what makes the Paramount-Warner Brothers Discovery merger so dangerous, they write, adding that it has happened so many times before, such as Discovery's merging with Warner Media in 2022, which led to the shelving of finished films and thousands of job losses, or Skydance merger with Paramount last year when around 2,000 people were laid off. And of course, if they go and buy Warner Brothers, there's going to be even more layoffs, which is why I said with Netflix, I think that Netflix merging with Warner Brothers Discovery, I know a lot of people have an issue with it, but I don't think there would be as many people laid off because Netflix has their own departments and everything. They already have those departments filled. When you have Warner Brothers, it's like they have their departments too. And um, I don't know if the co-CEOs behind Netflix would be like, "Oh, we'll be like, we'll let you do y'all thing. We like what y'all doing over here at Warner Brothers. Your jobs are secure. Maybe we may have to downsize a little bit or whatever the case. I don't necessarily know what they would be downsizing on, but at least they'd be like, okay, y'all have y'all departments. Y'all know what y'all doing. We just want to be able to have access to a lot of the movies that y'all have. So when it's time for stuff to start streaming, we could actually have the streaming licenses come directly to Netflix, and people can come over to Netflix to watch any of the Warner Brothers stuff. They would have to figure that out because I don't work in their boardroom. So now they said that they admit they're extremely concerned about the consolidation. Well, this is the part that that has been my main concern. They admit they are extremely concerned about the consolidation of news outlets like Channel 5, one of the UK's public broadcasters, as well as CNN International. The CNN and CBS News archives are among the world's most important broadcast news collections, with more than 4.25 million videos, images, and media spanning nearly half a century of history. If one commercially interested owner controls access to both, they control the raw material of our historical memory. Fold those newsrooms into a single company, and one boardroom's commercial anxieties or political debts determine what millions of people see and what they never learned existed. Because we already heard a story that came out that from someone who worked at CBS said that Barry Weiss, that see you next Tuesday, wanted them to report on stories that were totally fabricated, made up, things that didn't happen. So they wanted them to report fake stories because y'all were trying to push a certain narrative. So could you imagine that what she's already doing with CBS, ruining what's left of the integrity of 60 Minutes and everything over there, that if she was to come over to CNN, which some of them over there, Jake Tapper, fake ass, and the rest of them over there already kowtowing, licking the ass crack of MAGA, and a lot of those they're already doing it, kissing Trump behind, whatever, because they feel like this merger is going to go through. Everybody wants to secure their jobs. So it was like nobody's really there interested. And then you saw, what was it, Kristen Welker, fake ass, up in there with Stephen Miller, that fake bitch. So I'm like, I can't even take y'all seriously. So, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which sidebar, why did we have a second White House Correspondents' Dinner? That other mess that y'all did when y'all created that fake little powing that happened, that should have been a one and done. But of course, and then I did like the fact that Trump got mocked because he thought he was going to get up there being a stand-up comedian, and them jokes were about as flat as Melania's ass. So, um, so yeah, let's see where I'm left. Oh, they said, and we know something about this particular proprietor's intentions. Paramount chief executive reportedly told Trump that he would make sweeping changes to CNN if the deal went through. Now, actors are often told to stay out of legal arguments, writes Cumberbatch, Cumming Wong. We understand the instinct, but we have spent our lives in enough UK sets, worked alongside enough UK crews, and watched enough brilliant work for the UK struggle to find a buyer to know that this is not someone else's argument; it is ours. And I do agree. I feel like as actors, y'all should jump in because it's like our livelihood is going to be affected by these decisions. So why actors have to? Because people shut up and do your job. Well, I won't have a fucking job left if I just shut up and just let them continue to consolidate everything. We're to the point that there's very few of us that'll get work. Quiet as it's kept when you really look at how many people pay dues to SAG-AFTRA, who I told you earlier has jumped in and raised their concerns, but they haven't really gone in and been like, well, we're filing a lawsuit. Like the Writers Guild, I believe, did. They haven't did any of that, and a bunch of others. We're just I guess maybe they did like those do nothing Democrats over there. What's his name? Hakeem Jeffries, aka APAC Shakur, and the big back Chuck Schumer. We wrote a strictly worded letter showing our disappointment. So while they were doing all of that, I definitely feel that actors should speak up because it's like, yeah, we're actors are going to be affected by this, and there's a lot of people that pay dues, and for the SAG-AFTRA union, but a lot of those actors aren't successful in a way of like a Benedict Cumberbatch or Pedro Pascal, who's very outspoken, a lot of stuff, or Mark Ruffalo, who's been very outspoken regards of what's going on in the political slate or whatever the case is, or Benedict Wong or any of the others. They haven't been. There's not a lot of actors out there who are thriving and eating the way these actors are. Very few. And y'all have heard these stories where some actors will talk about how they've been on the struggle bus, and y'all be out here thinking every actor that's on TV is just rolling in dough like they fucking Tom Cruise. Not everybody is balling like that. So as a working actor, I probably would sign this petition and speak out too, because it's like, yeah, like what is gonna happen to all of us out here working? So many crews are gonna lose their jobs. So many people who rely on this good money to take care of their families. All of this is gonna be consolidated under one freaking person running everything. And you, like I said, the Ellisons have barely gotten Paramount off the ground from buying it. What was it in 2025? But y'all got money all of a sudden to want to get Warner Brothers. Y'all are just trying to just own up all of our media. That's literally what it is. But y'all trying to swath it under, well, we love movies and I love film. Okay, well, like films over at Paramount. Figure out what movies you're going to get launched over there that people actually care about and will actually go and support. As I'm trying to buy up everything because we see what y'all was doing with our media and how you're trying to control the narrative. Where they bought up TikTok, trying to control the narrative there, but it's too late because we've seen the genocide happen in real time, so that cat's out the bag. So y'all can't cover that up no more. And we see what y'all doing with legacy media, which a lot of us don't watch. We get our media on the social media, particularly YouTube, because TikTok can't be trusted now that the Ellisons have their hand in that. So I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops, but that's all I have on this right now. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you think of this story regarding a couple of actors who work in the UK speaking out against what's going on with this Warner Brothers Paramount merger? And hopefully we'll get some I mean, we have had some actors who have signed a petition and spoken out about the merger in America, but now they're worrying about like the UK and everything, how that's going to be affected. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Yes, we do. We need a Bowie movie and we need a Sylvester movie. Now, the one thing I definitely want is a Sylvester movie. I think the closest we're gonna get to a Bowie movie is Velvet Goldmine. Looks like Madison Beer is engaged to not to a man. I was hoping she would get with a woman knowing she's bisexual. Well, you know how these girls are. At the end of the day, they'll get a man. They'll marry a man who's probably open minded and will allow a third in the bedroom. Taylor Dana announced "Tell It to My Heart." Well, you know what? That works for her. She definitely gives Vegas residency teas. So, congratulations, Ms. Dane. Most bisexual people I met and know are more into the opposite sex, only into the same sex for hookups and stuff. Well, yeah, I think that's usually the case with a lot of bisexuals. They will marry the someone of the opposite sex, but for play, they'll get around with the same. It's kind of like that OnlyFans star or whatever that likes doing public things or whatever the case was. Tyler Durden, I think his name. He's married to a woman. I think she does content too. They got a bunch of damn kids. They got like 6 kids. She be out here doing content. Her husband be getting railed in the behind. He got a nice old booty though, but he be getting railed in his behind and doing like stuff in his truck, and he's doing things out in public, and he's doing all kinds of stuff. So but he's married to a woman, so you got to be. So I do notice a lot of that. That a lot of times they will marry someone of the opposite sex, but when they want to do same sex stuff, it's you got to find somebody that be into that. Please say Hennifer. Well, we do have a Hennifer Lopez story coming up. Um, Later on. But I did cackle. I'm like, girl, first of all, Madonna, she was like, I was a little girl. And when Madonna came out, I was like, ma'am, stop it. First of all, you are 11 years older. She just had a birthday the other day. You're 11 years younger than Madonna. Talking about you was a little girl. When I was a little girl, you was full of shit. That's my remix of River Deep Mountain High. But no, you were not a little girl. 11 years younger, please. Stop. Hey, Madonna. I mean, when Madonna was 20 something years old, she was like, when did Madonna come out with her debut album? Was it like 23? So, yeah, I mean, she probably was a little girl. She was like 12. Jennifer was probably like 11, 12, or maybe 12 or 13. So she was a teenager when Madonna came out. But you wasn't a little girl. You was a teenager. Or a tween, if you want to be specific. I wasn't even conceived yet when she debuted. Yeah, when Madonna came out, what was that, in 84? 82, 83? I was an infant. So I wasn't really aware of Madonna's music until years later when I was old enough to even be aware of music and stuff. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some more music news. And let's get into some sad news, y'all. Let's talk about, but don't cry for her Argentina, because she talking about that she is not giving up on life. She's still out here doing her thing. Let's talk about Carly Simon. So we have some sad news. Carly Simon announced that she has been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease and said the following: so many people have written to me kindly wondering about my relative silence, asking how I am and what I've been doing, the 83-year-old Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee wrote. The truth is, I've been learning how to live with Parkinson's disease. She added, it has taken me some time to understand the diagnosis, to adjust to it, and to decide how much I wanted to say about it publicly. Parkinson's is different for everyone, and it can be unpredictable. Some days I'm so tired I can't get the day moving at all. On others, it gives me a little more room to move, think, work, and feel like myself. Simon also shared that she was recently treated for basal cell carcinoma on her face, which removed the cancer. She said, I've been more critical of my appearance than anyone else could possibly imagine. Check out the irony of having written You're So Vain, she wrote, and gave my inner critic quite a lot of new material. Now, while Simon acknowledged that these events caused her to withdraw from the public eye, well, yeah, I feel like when you're removing something from your face and you're sick, whatever, artists are very much insecure and very self-conscious. It's like, yeah, I don't want y'all to see me out in person because y'all be like, oh, that person look old. Oh, she lost weight. Oh, she looked terrible. Oh, what happened to her? It's like, y'all always saying some shady shit and not realizing that, you know what, that person could probably have the big C, or there could be something going on in their personal life. So they just rather be a recluse. It's the same thing that kind of happened with Richard Simmons. Remember at one point, Richard Simmons was out here doing his workouts and sweating to the oldies and got everybody of all different ages, sizes, disabilities, whatever, was out here getting them to lose weight. And then it got to a point that when he got older and he got the little hair transplant that started coming out, and then he started getting older because you know how the homosexuals are. It's sort of like that Peter Pan syndrome where you want to always maintain your youth and your your physicality and everything, because with him doing all the workouts, he put a lot of wear and tear on his body. So then at one point they were just like, because I watched a little documentary they did of him with Diane Sawyer, I believe, where they were like trying to find out what was going on with Richard Simmons. It was really good. I think it's on Hulu. But and he kind of was like a recluse during his final days, or maybe years. But I would say, like, yeah, towards the end of his life, he became a recluse. He would not leave his house. They said he would dress in drag, which would be his disguise, so that way y'all wouldn't know he was out and about in the streets while he had somebody driving him around to get around to different places. So he was doing all kinds of stuff, and so I could totally understand when you become a person of a certain age, you don't want to be seen out in public because people can be so judgmental. Um, Now, while Simon acknowledged that these events caused a withdrawal from the public eye, saying, if a person is allowed to hibernate during winter and summer, then I have become an all season bear. It also resulted in her upcoming album, Comes in Waves, which she announced last month. There were melodies, verses, and ideas written down and tucked away from some unknown future when I would have the time and attention to finish them. Apparently, the future is now. Now, Comes in Waves comes out on August 14th, and it marks Simon's first new album in nearly 20 years, following 2009's Never Been Gone. The new record was recorded at her longtime home in Martha's Vineyard and produced by her collaborator, Paul Samuel Smith. Her children, Ben and Sally Taylor, are featured on the album, while Sally created the cover art. The lead single, Howl, is out now. Now, in 2022, Simon was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 26 years after becoming eligible, saying, there's the first thought of, I don't believe it. It must be the house of pancakes I just got into. She told Rolling Stone at the time, truly, I was dumbfounded. I thought they must have been mistaken. So if y'all want to read her full statement, you can go over to my social media. I have it posted there. But shout out to Rolling Stone for the full article. But yeah, they have her full statement over there. Or maybe it might be on her social media. But yeah, so shout out to Carly Simon. Glad that she is doing okay. I mean, I don't necessarily know the symptoms of well, she did mention about Parkinson's. It makes you really sleepy or makes you really tired or whatever. So um hopefully she gets better. I don't think there's a cure for Parkinson's, but it's just finding a way to just managing it and living with it. So yeah, great songwriter. Grew up listening to a lot of Carly Simon only because, like I told y'all my story. When I was growing up, I wanted to listen to like the radio. Well, we would listen to the radio getting ready for school in the morning, and I would listen to when you're growing up, you want to listen to all the pop stuff. So I would listen to all the big radio hits, and the dance music, and the pop music, and the hip hop, and all this stuff. And my mother knew because I was a musically inclined kid where I was studying music and all that other stuff growing up. And music has always kind of been like my foundation. I don't know, I've always gravitated towards music. And it would take me forever to get ready in the morning because I was so into the music on the radio. And so my mother was like, you know what? If y'all not gonna get ready and stuff on time for school, I'm gonna put on Light FM, which played a lot of songs where you would hear like with Kenny Rogers, and but they play country on there, but they also play stuff like Crystal Gale and also Carly Simon. So that's how I was introduced to her music, by listening to the radio station Light FM 106.7 WLTW. Yeah, so in New York, if that's where you're from, you know that station. So that was my introduction. And then of course, when we're talking about You're So Vain, Janet Jackson sampled it on her Son of a Gun song. So Carly Simon has influenced a lot of hip hop as well, which I always like the fact when you be surprised that, like, yeah, a lot of rappers, they listen to a lot of that music and stuff going on. So we might all have like similar situations in regards to that. So shout out to you, Carly. Shout out to all the would you've contributed. I would say contributed to music, and she's definitely an awesome songwriter. And I'm curious to hear what her new music is going to be sounding like. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards to the news of Carly Simon revealing what came out yesterday, that she has Parkinson's disease? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Right, let's see what the comments are saying. To say she lost me when she changed her look. I'm like, no wonder you suck at music. Wait, who was we talking about again? Are you talking about Hannibal? She lost me when she changed her look. I don't know, she girl, and that's why I had to laugh. Because she was like, "Oh yeah, whenever I make music, I be thinking about the gays." I'm like, "Bitch, no, you don't. Because if you was thinking about the gays, you would actually give us some bangers." I said, "The last time you actually gave the gays what they wanted, okay, you had waited one." One of my friends said the only last hit I like from Hannibal was "Play." I'm like, "God damn, that was like from the J Lo album." That's from album number two. And Quiet as It's Kept, that's a Christina Milian song because she originally wrote that. Her vocals are still in the background when you listen to Play. Like you literally hear Christina Milian's voice. So that was a Christina song, but apparently I guess because Hannibal was a big star, they gave it to her. Girl, you don't be thinking about us when you be making your music. Because if you did, you would have kept giving us damn, what was that album that she did that had On the Floor on? When she worked with Red One throughout that record, that was like your most pop record and your gayest of records. And then she did AKA, which has some cute little gayish songs on there. Of course, when she did Tens, she was trying to go the ballroom route, but it felt like now y'all want to talk about there's people up in here that want to talk about Madonna ripping off the ballroom girls. At least she gives the credit. It felt like Jennifer was trying to cosplay because she was trying to reach the gays. She was like, I want the gay audience. And yeah, she's done a couple of prides, but you know how the straights do. They a lot of them will do our prides because the prides, they make a lot of money. The gay promoters will shell a lot of coin for an ally. You said October 6th, 1982. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was literally an infant and went in 1982. He said I was born the same year that Tupac. Go down there. Isn't that the 90s? He said she has a new album coming out. But yeah, oh, you talking about Carly Simon? It was like, mm-hmm. Well, I did mention that. I was 12 when I first heard Madonna. Oh yeah, you older than me. You said 12 when you first heard her. Well, you said Jennifer definitely is a Madonna wannabe. I said, she's a great performer. Great gowns, beautiful gowns, in the words of Aretha. But yeah, girl, that music ain't it. You got a couple of cute songs. Oh yeah, the Love Question Mark album. Thank you. That was like I feel like her gayest record because she was quiet as it's kept. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them songs on that album were a bunch of Gaga leftovers. I gag when I found out Megan Trainor sang the chorus. So, oh yeah, Ain't Your Mama? Yeah, that was a Megan Trainor song. That's what I said. Jennifer Lopez is like a Frankenstein's monster, the Frankenstein of pop music. A bunch of other people's stuff stitched together to make a hit for her. She's still doing this foolishness. I thought it was just the early 2000. Nope. Well, I do say Tim was a song. I mean, Tim was cute, but the True Blue. You said, but True Blue was what made her a superstar, and it's why. Oh, child, remember that whole Y'all should have seen this whole Discord I went in on, and it's still getting traction about the whole. There was this whole Janet Jackson because the whole thing resurfaced with Lizzo talking about Janet Jackson was the queen of pop, and that whole debate with her and what's her name? Oh, her Madonna. Child, I went through a lot going through. Like it was a huge. I had to come up with a whole nother thing here that I saw someone post, so I posted that and I added some stuff to it because I get inspired by other people's posts, and I'll sit there and I'll just add to what it is that I've seen. I want to see if I can find it. It might take me a minute, but So I'm like that whole disco. I think people still was oh, and fuck you, Boy George. Run man here writing a song, a pro-Israel song, and denying a genocide is happening in Gaza. I'm like anything for attention, right? We don't know her. And I'm like, I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss it because I want to find this post. Yeah, this is like what I hate when I think about stuff at the last minute. And then wait, maybe I could find it if I look in my photo history. I probably will come across it because that usually helps. Oh yeah, there was something. The thing I was talking about with Hannah, she said, "I'm like, are the gays gonna love this? It has to be more cunty. It has to be all the things, or else the gays are not gonna love it." Yeah, that's what she said on creating her art. Wait, they said on creating art, her LGBTQ fan base will love. And I said, girl, you haven't given anything remotely cunty since On the Floor. Red One produced some of her gayest hits, and Waiting for Tonight was someone else's song, third party, before she made it a huge hit for herself. Now just waiting for the comments from people who only pipe up when I say something they disagree with. And that was me purposely trolling the Jennifer Lopez fans, the two of you out there. Another person, oh, this article I saw. It said Tyler's A-pop projected to debut outside the Billboard 200. Current projections have A-pop opening with 12.5K units in the US. Her self-titled debut album opened with 24K units and reached the chart's top 30. And I said, pretends to be shy. Ain't nobody checking for Diet Rihanna. And then when somebody wrote, this is a problem for many artists right now. It's not because material isn't good, it's because of the way people consume music in 2026. And I said, this is a huge boom. There is a huge boom for indie artists. The gatekeepers are well, actually, my friend Adam Barta said that. He said, this is a huge boom for indie artists. The gatekeepers are down. The algorithm is rewarding anyone who works it. These big labels don't control the industry anymore. Everyone has a shot to get heard. And I said, Tyler is someone who's been placed in the Kaya Asylum. So if y'all sit over here wanting to talk about, um, oh well, this is a problem for all the artists. No, that is a Kaya Asylum artist. Ain't nobody checking for Tyler like that. And I also think it's her own doing because, like I said, she's rubbed a lot of people the wrong way in regards of, okay, finally I found it. It took forever, child. Okay, so I had this, and I did add some things to the story that I did see. So I said, let's make, because people was getting mad at me over this whole thing about Lizzo and Madonna. So let's make one thing perfectly clear. Music is built on opinions, history is built on facts. Lizzo is absolutely entitled to believe that Janet Jackson is her queen of pop. Janet's influence on music, dance, and performance is undeniable, and she deserves every bit of the respect she receives. But admiration should never require rewriting history. Madonna is 8 years older than Janet Jackson. When Janet became a beloved child actress on television, Madonna wasn't a kid watching her. She was already a young woman in New York City chasing a dream that would eventually change pop culture forever. And by the time Janet delivered the groundbreaking masterpiece Control in 1986, her third album, by the way, Madonna had already conquered the world with Like a Virgin, transformed MTV, shattered cultural barriers, and became one of the biggest stars on the planet. This isn't about choosing one queen or another. Janet Jackson is a legend. Madonna is a legend. Both changed music forever. But before either of them, women like Donna Summer, I said Diana Ross, Cher, Donna Summer, Tina Turner, and Tina Turner, as you know I like to say, and Barbara Streisand had already paved the road that future generations would walk. History is beautiful because it belongs to everyone who helped write it. I celebrate every icon who opened doors, but we also honor the timeline that made those doors possible because respecting Janet's incredible legacy should never require diminishing Madonna's. There is room in music history for more than one queen, but there is only one truth. Now go argue with your mammy. And I said what I said. In the words of Nilnithia Monique Leaks, who recently came out and said, y'all want me to spill some I guess you finally read this. I'm like, girl, nobody cares at this point. We done moved on. Jennifer eats the leftovers and the girls make fresh. Ooh, And you would think with all that money, she would come up with something original. Like a Virgin made Madonna a household name, True Blue created the superstar that was Madonna. It was very smart for her to evolve as an artist. Well, as you would think the smart ones would, right? Boy George could put the eyeshadow in the eye and go blind. Was never a fan of that man. He'll always be the guy that held it. Ooh, I agree with you. And funny enough, I was never really big of a Boy George fan either. It's like, yeah, when you were little and I seen him and I was growing up and he would do the whole drag and the colorful stuff and had good songs, but he was never like that guy that I would like when I talk about queer icons. Boy George was never on the top of my list. I would put Andy Bell from Erasure over him any day. But I've always been more of an Erasure fan anyway. I was never really into that too poppy type stuff. Like he had some good songs we love. Do you really want to hurt me? I'll tumble for you. You know, like he's had some time won't give me time. Like he's had so many great songs. But ain't nobody checking for George O'Dowd like that. But it's the sex worker thing. That is a cackle. But not for the guy, not for the victim, but that whole situation. A lot of stuff Madonna did, black artists could never disrespect religion or standing up to their fathers. Well, you know, Little Nas X tried, and you already see what happened with his career. Like somebody said, Michael could never destroy Joe the way Madonna could destroy her father. Well, if you saw the movie, yep, they made it seem like that Michael was just scared of Joe and Joan in the public eye. So I mean, she waited till she was dead to say what she had to say. So basically, we only know the family through what Madonna said. Joe defended his abuse because it could have ruined him and the family name. And back in those days, I think we kind of excuse it because beating your kids, that was a form of discipline. And now we know better. It shouldn't be happening. But back in the day, it was okay to beat your kids. I took a scroll through your Facebook account one day and I was not expecting it to give me stand account teas. No, I don't do child, I don't do no wait, it's like you said you took a stroll. Not a stroll, child. He said stand no, I definitely do a lot of stand account stuff. I'll be up in there and the girls be up in my comments with their discourse. I'll be fighting, I'll be windmilling. So no, it definitely gives full on stand account. They said I thought it would have been no, well, no. My Chris Avalon's page is very public because now that I do the streaming and stuff, I have to be a public figure, so everybody sees my post. And I was up in there this whole weekend fighting Trump supporters or fighting MAGA. Now, you know me, I love a good fight, so I'll be up in there reading them bitches in the comments. And luckily, I've had other people with some sense coming in. Was like one guy was like, "I'm a Republican, now I'm embarrassed." So I'm like, "Good, we got some people with sense up in here too." I like "Do It Well" by J Lo, but the version with Ludacris. Oh yeah, well, you know, a rap verse would usually elevate a song to being better than what is expected of it. Megan Kelly was basically said, "Are we sure that's not Caitlyn Jenner?" I don't think Megan Kelly should be talking about anybody's features and trying to equate it with being trans when she looks trans herself. So, lady, tread lightly. Y'all be the main ones. Well, first of all, Madonna was homeless, living in New York. She didn't have a TV. So big back, mind your business, because you don't know Madonna's life. Back in the days when she was living in New York, she was living in a lot of abandoned buildings, trying to survive and making it as a pop star in New York. So and couch hopping and her apartment was constantly getting broken into. And there was a lot of stuff. Like if you actually took the time to understand Madonna's past, which she has spoken a lot about, then you would know no, she wasn't sitting at home watching fucking Good Times while Janet's career was taking off. She was actually out here making shit happen for herself. She didn't have time to be in the house watching turning knobs to watch whatever channel because it was only like five of them, right? To watch whatever was on the TV. I had to laugh because of Spotify's description of Tyler. It says her music put. I ain't even gonna read that with a straight face. Pushes boundaries. She hasn't pushed anything ever since she came out of her mother's. The only thing that girl probably pushed out was shit from her ass. Ain't no way in hell you was out there pushing some damn what boundaries? Make me sweat, make me holler. Lizzo just needs to admit she prefers Janet because she sees herself as a black woman. Like your one friend said, I'm learning that Jasmine isn't helping. James talkative. People think Jasmine isn't over. But I'm confused. Who's Jasmine? You said, like your one friend said, I'm learning that Jasmine isn't helping. We said Lizzo just well, I definitely think that Lizzo need to just go sit down somewhere and just say that your personal preference is Janet Jackson. That's fine. If you like Janet. Who says you shouldn't like Janet? I like Janet Jackson. I grew up with Janet. Quiet as it's kept, I like Janet's music more than I like Michael's. I know that's blasphemous to say, but I resonated more with Janet's music than I did Michael. Michael had the hits and everything, but Michael didn't really kind of step out of his comfort zone and evolve as much with his music. Janet really was the one out here differentiating herself. And then somebody in my comments also said that um Janet was really they were saying all kinds of stuff about her. I was just like, there was an interview. I don't know if y'all saw. There was a clip floating around about Dallas Austin saying that when he worked with Janet, when I think it was the era where she was in a happier place because she was dating Jermaine Dupri at the time. And she said she went in the studio and was going to have Dallas handle everything. It's like, you write the songs, whatever, I'm in a good place. But he was actually being like, you don't always have to write from a place of you're in pain or you're going through some ish with your exes or family, whatever, whatever. And I'm just like, you could find ways to come out, and I guess they came in with that's how they came up with Sexhibition because he said she came in with all these tantric sex books and all this other stuff, and that's how they came up with that song. And he was gagging over that in the studio. But oh wait, now I remember because a hater who doesn't like Madonna, a friend of mine, was sitting there like, well, Janet had to pull herself up by her bootstraps and pretty much carve out her own. I said, first of all, that is a lie. Janet had the Jackson name on her side. So with that and the nepotism of that, she was allowed to come in and use that as part of catapulting and really getting her career going. Because that career didn't launch until album number 3. Because everybody don't get that many chances. But because her being a Jackson, she was allowed to kind of really push that. And I will say this, out of all the Jacksons, she was the only one that was able to differentiate herself from Michael. So I give her that. Everybody else wanted to be out here sounding like Michael's, trying to do Michael, whatever Michael was doing, his looks, his songs, all the other stuff. Nobody was distinguishing themselves from what he was doing. Because Michael was the biggest star out of the family. He was the golden boy. Everybody else was trying to copy. It's like, no, be yourself. And I like the fact that Janet kind of went off and did her own thing, even though I think Joe was trying to make her into a Michael Jackson type character. And I'm glad she kind of pushed back from that. I will give you that. First of all, I think that's talking about they're supposed to be releasing his live action out. I mean, live action. One of his tours. I think what was it, Faith? I think that's supposed to be coming in theaters or something or another. I looked that up. She's going to leave Texas and be somewhere in a state that would be safe for her, especially saying she was targeted as a black woman with that gerrymandering project. Are you a fan of? Yes, Bronski Beat, Small Town Boy. That was like one of his biggest hits. Another homosexual musician I really like is Subjan Stevens, but he's more of a if you know. Yeah, I forgot about that he was. I always forget that he's a homosexual. You need a millennial or a Gen Z girl to call out the stand again. Well, I need y'all up on my page calling out this stuff because I be fighting these girls. Now Prince is being and I'm thank God I got my music knowledge on my side. He said now Prince is being side-eyed because how his relationship with Maite started very shady when she was 16 and then kind of dumped her when she lost his baby, right? Prince was a fucking weirdo. As that Megan Kelly was compared to looking like, I mean, she do look like a, you looking like a man. It's a man, Maury. Look, how many times have I called Long Jaw a man? Because I'm like, you be out here with that transphobic shit. I'm like, sis, you better not, because you give trans teas too. I'm tired of the Janet versus Madonna debates. Well, you and me both, but I'm an instigator, so I like starting shit because I know that's the only time you hold like to pop up on stuff. When I do my diva discourses, when I be posting important shit, y'all it be crickets. Why she hates give? Oh, who hates giving head? Men call her selfish, but she was well, yeah. Well, Madonna was raped at knife point. I was like, yeah, I'm not sucking on the peen. I mean, who knows? Maybe she does it with the men she's in a relationship. Look, she gave a blowjob to a bottle in Truth or Dare. Both are legends in their own. Thank God that bottle didn't break in her mouth. Legends in their own right and inspired many female and rainbow artists for decades. Michael hated when she dropped the last name, saying the last name was a brand. Like everybody said, Janet had it because it overshadowed her to the point. Yeah, and her going by Janet, like we know who Janet was. You said them heifers haven't acknowledged each other since I was born in the mid 2000s. Discussion is always running on fans being bored online. I wish Michael was still with us. Could you imagine more Michael and Janet collabs after Scream? Well, Michael was a victim of his drug abuse, like Whitney. You missed my comment. I think YouTube blocked me, but I said Madonna was SH. She went through a lot. Yeah, y'all got to be careful with some of the stuff y'all put up here. Y'all got to get creative. Y'all got to get creative in the comments with certain words because they do flag them. Okay, y'all. So, let's get back into the show. I'm gonna hurry up because I gotta probably get out of here in an hour. So, blah, 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 blah. Let's talk about Ariana Grande, who is suing some people who apparently hacked into her stuff, released personal stuff, and I remember one person said, "Oh, so she knows who her hackers are and can sue them," but there'd be all kinds of thievery going. They said that y'all can't stop these people from basically conning all these old people and them having to constantly go down to the bank and get a new car. So Ariana Grande know who her hackers are, but y'all can't find nobody else. Okay, so Ariana Grande has filed a lawsuit against anonymous hackers, claiming that they gained backdoor access to devices that led to the leak of unreleased songs and footage from recording sessions and music videos. The suit, filed on Monday in LA and reviewed by Variety, targets a group of unnamed John Does for phishing scams and hacking schemes that have caused unlawful and egregious theft, dissemination, and exploitation of unreleased content. Grande's legal team outlines a pattern of illegal behavior in which hackers targeted the personal digital accounts of photographers and producers who worked closely with her and subsequently said the data and content for significant sums of money. Oh, it says sold the data and content for significant sums of money. Y'all got to be careful out here with how y'all stuff is getting. But I guess it's getting harder and harder, especially with AI. They talk about like AI can pretty much pretend to be all kinds of things now, and it's getting harder for people to differentiate what is real and what is not real. And y'all send out like I just literally heard there was a similar article that came out in regards of because I was like I think what was it? There was a data leak that happened at the Tribeca Festival that came out yesterday too, where what is the information? Oh, the Tribeca Festival suffered a data leak that exposed hundreds of thousands of records, as well as the contact information of thousands of celebrities, including Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, Jennifer Lawrence, Angelina Jolie, and festival co-founder Robert De Niro. They said cybersecurity researcher Jeremiah Fowler revealed the leak in an ExpressVPN blog post over the weekend, claiming he'd uncovered a total of 666,369 exposed records with time stamps ranging from 2019 to 2026. Fowler, who works for Black Hills Information Security, publishes blogs on ExpressVPN and previously did cybersecurity for a software company in Kiev, Ukraine. Or is it Kiev? took time away from his European vacation to speak with Variety about discovering the data leak, saying, I've been a security researcher for about 15 years and I'm always looking for exposed data. I've used a lot of different APIs and tools. This one I found using an IoT search engine, which is basically Google for websites, but for connected devices like nanny cams, medical equipment, and cloud storage databases. Co-founded in 2002, by De Niro, Jane Rosenthal, and Craig Hatkoff as a way to revitalize Lower Manhattan following the September 11 attacks. The fest takes place annually in New York and has played most host to premieres and everything from The Avengers to The Handmaid's Tale and Let the Right One In. And yeah, so a lot of people's information got out there where they said Scorsese, Coppola, Guillermo del Toro, Ron Howard, and others, as well as popular actors such as De Niro, Lawrence, Jolie, Morgan Freeman, Rami Malek, Eva Mendes, Michael J. Fox. So all the information is out here. And now you got Ariana Grande going through it where her music and her like personal stuff regarding maybe like what this era is going to be or whatever the case is, it's all out there and they're selling her data for money. That's not your like you're stealing people's property and selling it to a highest bidder. So Grande is suing unnamed John Does to uncover the identities of these currently unknown and unscrupulous individuals in order to hold them accountable for the invasive and reprehensible conduct. The suit states that it is imperative to Ms. Grande to ensure, on behalf of herself and others, that such conduct is deterred to the fullest extent possible. The singer's suit asserts that hundreds of leaks have occurred since she made her music debut in 2011. It claims that she came out in 2011. I feel like she's been out. I don't know why I feel like Ariana's been out longer than that. Though it claims in 2019 hackers acquired the login for a Dropbox account that belonged to a photographer who had worked with Grande. The following year, the defendants hacked into the mobile device of a producer who had collaborated with Grande and accessed unreleased masters and demos and footage from recording sessions. In 2023 alone, hackers obtained access to 45 of her unreleased songs and leaked them. Additionally, the suit claims that in 2024, hackers created a Gmail account and domain name impersonating a photographer to get a digital technician to send unreleased photos that belong to Grande. Now, I will say that a rep for Grande did not respond to Variety's request, but this is scary. It's sort of like when you're doing business or whatever with people, it's like you can't even send emails or links or whatever the case is because you're thinking that you're working with a person. And one of the things about working at the garden, we always get like these fishes or whatever. And they always like, be careful things you link on. And luckily enough, I'm in enough group chats with people, especially I have an MSG group chat that I'm in. I'm in and all that stuff. And they'll let me know, like, okay, don't click on certain things because yeah, it's a fish, whatever the case is, that you click it open and all of a sudden they have your personal information. So it is becoming harder and harder to distinguish these things because technology is blurring the lines and we got AI and stuff on top of that. So it's getting really scary out here when you're trying to, do what I guess maybe y'all gonna have to go old school and be like, okay, if you want to work with somebody, you might have to just be like, go through the publicist or the agent and be like, what's the person number? And contact them in a phone call, leave a voicemail. Because I know we rely so much on tech to converse and to exchange information and things of that nature. But these hackers are getting more and more bolder. So it's getting hard out here. So shout out to you, Ariana. I hope you're able to figure out who is doing this to you and you get your coins. But you probably got to spend a lot of money with these, going through all that cybersecurity. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Ariana Grande? Constantly her music is getting released beyond without her consent, and people are just stealing things that belongs to her, and her personals is just get out there, and people just buying up her stuff without her permission, and they're just leaking her stuff online. It's just, unfortunately, the nature of the thing. I'm not saying it's right, but it's just happening to a lot of artists out here. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Not instigating. See, I be telling people Virgo be messy, but Ain't no low key. I'll let you know if I'm being messy. I do shit. I love stirring the pot. Well, I'll be like, who me? I ain't mean to do that, even though I did. Because I like fucking with the people online, and they fall for it every time. It's as a longtime RNator, her music stays getting leaked days before its official release. This isn't the first time she sued a hacker that leaked unreleased songs. She got someone's money, and so now she got someone's money. So I guess she found out who it was, and it worked. And people stop leaking people's shit. Anyway, all right, y'all. So now let's get into some more of the show. And let's talk about Michael Johnston, who now, with the success of Obsession, I told you, I finally got to see Obsession when it leaked on, well, not leaked, when they premiered it on Peacock. It's good, but I feel like from all the hype surrounding the movie, I was like, it just felt a little overrated. So by the time I finally got around to the movie, it just didn't move the needle for me. I was like, okay, it was entertaining. I was entertained, and I didn't even realize Indy Navarrete, the girl that played Nikki in the film. I was like, where have I seen her? Because I was watching this movie the other day called Trap House with Dave Bautista, where he was playing like this DEA agent, and his son was a pain in the fucking ass throughout that damn movie. But anyway, there was a girl in school that he was falling for, whatever the case was, and I was like, okay, all of this is too good to be true. And the way that story was falling, I was like, she's not who she claims she is. So apparently, she was the daughter of a drug dealer. That was going on where they were smuggling drugs from Mexico into Texas and all that stuff. So I was like, I knew she was in on some situation. It was just too good. I figured out the story before the story unfolded, but it was a good movie. And I was looking, I was like, why does this girl look familiar? Then I read the credits and it said Indy Navarrete. I was like, oh yeah, she was the girl in Obsession. But now we have Michael Johnston, who I was like, looking at him like, where have I seen him before? He was in Teen Wolf. He played a gay werewolf up in there. Didn't know he was a homosexual in real life, which I was like, oh, okay, cute. So yes, he's and we gotta I'm gonna talk a bit about him wanting to talk about he wants to play a meaningful queer role. And he said, maybe I'll write it myself. But now it looks like and I see what y'all doing over there, Radio Silence, because of the success of um Obsession and the fact that there's no distinct connection with Gen Z and the Mummy franchise because nobody like Gen Z didn't grow up watching the Mummy. Maybe they work, on streaming services. They probably seen the Mummy and the Mummy Returns, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, and all that stuff up there, and they may have watched it just to have something on. But attaching Michael Johnston in this film, I think, is smart on their part because they're like, they want to capitalize off of this kid's success with that film. And it is a way to bring Gen Z butts and seats. Oh, the kid from Obsession is in a mummy movie playing the son of Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz. I'm in. But the question is he going to have a British accent? Because if we go back to, I think, The Mummy Returns, they had a son in that movie and he had a British accent. So is he going to have a British accent? Or is he going to be English? I mean, is he going to be American? They're going to have to explain that. Or maybe just be like, what, when you live in certain places for a while, you kind of tend to lose your accent. So maybe people won't be as obsessed over that as I'm getting with this story. So anyway, let's get into said story. So Michael Johnson, star of Curry Barker's breakout focus feature horror film Obsession, is in early talks for a role in The Mummy, the next installment in the iconic horror franchise from Universal Pictures. Is according to Deadline. Now, no word yet on the role to be played by John. Come on now, we know he's gonna probably play Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz's son. Because what other role did he play? He's old enough where he could play like their son in his early 20s because he was kind of a kid in the second movie. Like he had to be about at least a good 11, 12, or 10 or 11 where they had him playing. Now, no, now Radio Silence Matt Bettinelli open and Tyler Gillette are directing the next Mummy movie from a script by David Cogshell. The Family Plan, Orphan First Kill. Hopefully that script doesn't suck because you're talking about the sequel to The Orphan. And The Family Plan, isn't that the movie that starred Mark Wahlberg and went straight to streaming? I'm not enthusiastic about the script so far. Franchise veteran Sean Daniel is set to produce alongside a bunch of other people that y'all don't give a damn who is a part of it. Now, revolving around one of Universal's original movie monsters of the earlier 20th century, the Mummy films of the 90s and 2000s contributed to Fraser's rise as one of Hollywood's biggest stars. The film follows the overseas adventures of a roguish American adventurer and former French Foreign Legion soldier, Rick O'Connell, who, alongside English Egyptologist Evelyn Carnahan, played by Vice, battles ancient curses from the likes of the resurrected Egyptian high priest Imhotep. Now, Stephen Summers directed both 1999's The Mummy and 2001's The Mummy Returns. Didn't Stephen Summers also direct Blade? Or was that no? Stephen Norrington, I think, directed that one. Both of which topped 400 million worldwide, leading to Dwayne Johnson's spinoff, The Scorpion King, and other titles. Now, Johnson played Bear, the lovelorn 20-something whose life is ruined by the one wish Willow, an obsession which is now focuses top grossing film of all time with over 458 million worldwide. Now, the project marks the actor's big break nearly 15 years into his screen acting career. That is crazy how you look at someone like Michael Johnston, they're like, oh, and shout out to Jeff Snyder. He was the one that first reported on this. So I want to give him credit. But 15 years this kid has been around. I was like, yeah, he was on Teen Wolf. He was been in a bunch of other things. And now you start to see like a lot of people say, yeah, it usually takes 10 years to have your overnight success. So shout out to him. I definitely think that he would probably kill it in this role. Hopefully the script doesn't suck. Because, the Mummy movies are kind of, I mean, they're fun to watch, but they're nothing to brag home about. Now, speaking of Michael Johnson, as we mentioned earlier, he is an out actor. And he said, like, during the time of him being in Teen Wolf, him playing a queer werewolf, he wasn't ready to come out at that point. But now he's out and proud. He living his life. I don't know if he got a boyfriend or whatever the case is. That's neither here nor there. Hopefully, your relationships ain't as crazy as what you was projected in Obsession. That was just acting. But out homosexual actor Michael Johnson has said he wants his next project to be a really intentional queer role with a really meaningful story, adding, I don't know, maybe I'll write it myself. Now, the Obsession star made the comments on the I've Never Said It Before podcast as he reflected on on reaching a point in his career where he can choose what I want to do. Now, Johnson also shared how he thinks about sexuality and storytelling, saying, my whole thing has been that what's the character's sexuality? It doesn't matter to me. It's just another part of who they are, and that's how I am. It's just a part of who I am. Which is what guess what I've been saying for the longest. But you know how these Gen Z kids are. It's like, yeah, it's a part of who I am. It's not all of who I am. It's like, yes, there's a lot of things I'm into. I just so happen to be attracted to men. But people get so caught up in the whole I'm gay. I mean, like somebody being in a relationship with a man, they can't see beyond that. And it's like, well, that's just your own damn ignorance. He then explained that he still wants a queer story with weight behind it. But that being said, growing up in the Bible Belt could be problematic for a gay boy, he said, describing it as a whole kind of experience. And that's why I said I feel like with him, the way he's been talking, it just pretty much feels like this is sort of how the newer generation thinks of it. It's a part of who I am. It's not a big deal. Yes, you have your homophobes, but those of us who are logical and have some damn type of sense, this is the way that a lot of people think, which is like, yeah, it's just a part of who I am. It's not a big deal. And a lot of Gen Z actors, they definitely want to play characters with depth and meaning. They don't just want to just play like two-dimensional, vapid characters with no kind of levels to who they are. Now, Johnson also looked back on playing Corey Bryant on MTV's Teen Wolf from 2015 to 2017. Yeah, because he came in during the later years of the season. He said that during that period, he still wasn't comfortable with his sexuality at the time and only later understood the effect the role had on viewers, saying, I got thousands of messages from people thanking me and telling me how they feel about themselves. They were able to come out to their parents. Now, Johnson's comments also arrived after his breakout performance as Bear in Obsession, a character described as a toxically hopeless romantic. That's what y'all gonna call it? Because, I mean, he was toxic in that whole situation. Because even when Nikki and that wishing Willow thing was doing what it was doing to her, and he was still making excuses for her. So it was like he was just continuing to he just wanted to be in that relationship with her regardless. And that's why I feel like at the end, I'm assuming because they really didn't explain it when he was in the bathroom and he went and took all them damn he was gonna blow his brains out. But then he was like, I'm gonna take the easy way, which is I'm gonna just take a bunch of damn pills. And when he was about to bring them shits up, because it was like, oh yeah, I don't want to go out like this. When he was about to bring up the pills, he changed, which means, and you heard the snap in the other room, which means she made a wish. I guess for him to love her just as much as she loved him, but that was the obsessive side of Nikki that was making that wish. And so now his authority, like his ability to make a decision was taken away, just like he took hers away. It's funny how now I'm starting to see all this, like I'm bringing it down the analytical type of way. And it was just like now, just like you took her will away to make a decision whether or not she loved, now she took that away because she was in that whole mind frame of I'm the obsessive thing. And then when he comes in the room and they have that brief moment where they're finally having that thing, but it's because of the wishing willow thingamajig. Then he dies because he took the pills and then bring him up. And then once he died, she snapped out of that little thing because that was the only way that was going to break the spell. And then she's left there, I guess, with the billions of was the billions of dollars in her house, or was it at the other guy house that got his brain blown out? And now she's stuck with a plethora of dead bodies. So now one, I'm like, did Nikki ever go to jail? I guess we'll never know. Because you did commit a crime. Yeah, so his comments arrive after his breakout performance of Bear in Obsession, a character described as topically romantic. Now, the film has become focus features high grossing title ever. We already talked about that. Now they said the combination of career momentum and personal experience appears to be shaping what he wants to do next and how he does it. And honestly, we're here for more meaningful queer stories. And that's why I said, you know what, especially in this day and age where there's not a lot of queer stories being told because of the current regime that we're in. And we already saw like GLAAD put out their little poll of a lot of the movies are suffering and we're not getting a lot of those films and stuff out there. I think we definitely need more stories that need to be told, and a lot of studios starting to push back, especially I guess in the entertainment front. And horror is the best way, in my opinion, to go if you want to tell these type of stories, because that's the one genre where I feel like you can get away with pushing the boundaries and telling those stories and things. So shout out to you, Mr. Johnston. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Would you like to see Michael Johnson in a sequel to The Mummy where he'll finally get, I mean, he already had a breakout with Obsession, but him being in a Mummy movie, that's blockbuster material right there. And who knows, maybe down the road we could possibly see him in the MCU, maybe part of the X-Men. I don't know who he could play. I mean, I know some people probably say Cyclops, but I don't know if he has the ability to take on that much gravitas. And I could definitely see him in an MCU movie or something or another, or maybe in a live action Titans movie. Who knows? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. A new Ariana Grande. Do people even care about this new Ariana Grande? I guess we'll listen to it because it's. Oh, you said I'm asking the people. Do y'all care about it? No, I do not. I genuinely want to know what the public perception of her is outside her hardcore fan base. Here's the thing. I've always thought that Ari is a great singer. She's pretty and all other stuff. Her music has never really connected with me in that way. I kind of feel the same way about Mariah Carey. Like I've always felt Mariah Carey had a great voice. She was good songs and everything, but and I live for the shade, which with the personality. But I was never really big on her like that. I don't know. Maybe I've just been somebody who, yeah, I like. Well, I don't like. I think for me, I don't like technically good singers. I like people who have. There's got to be some type of emotion whatever in your voice. I think that's probably why I like Mary J. Blige too. Mary is not the best singer in the world, but when she get up there and she sing them songs, you feel every aspect of what she been through when she sing them songs. And I think that's what it is. I like feeling like that people are bleeding in their art. So I just see art and creativity and music in that way, and not somebody's like, oh, I just want to make sure all the notes is perfect and I'm doing all the runs, and I want you to know that I'm a great singer. And I find that shit boring. I need a little more emotion. I need to know that you've been through some things. But yeah, I just feel like because she's kind of been propped up as this pretty girl with a great voice, Ari's never really given me anything that be like, oh my gosh, she is that girl. Like it's just mm, mm. Shadow Girl says, I'm lukewarm towards her persona, but I do tune in into her music. I didn't like the new single, but I'm curious. I was like, I'll listen to the record, but yeah, I've never really been like a stan girly in regards to her. I don't like to judge just by one single. I mean, I'll listen to the record, but I'm not expecting, I'm not a big fan of the lead singer of this album either. She has been teasing the new album throughout her tour, which sounds Imogen Heap-esque. I can admit that Ari is a mean girl that gets away with it. And maybe that's what it is too. Mark my words, soon as this administration is done, society and Hollywood will be back to being liberal. More, of course, well, yeah, I definitely know that's what it is. The one thing I've always noticed about the industry and even politics and even our media, they go where the pendulum swings. So whenever Republicans are in charge, you feel the shift. Whenever the Democrats are in charge, things get more relaxed and copacetic and more accepting. You already see how the world really is. But I also feel that with the media definitely, when it comes to liberals or Democrats, if you want to call it, they don't they don't give as they're not as easy on the Democrats as they are on the Republicans. Republicans could sit there and rape the damn mother in front of them, and they'll act like it's not happening. The media will just accept it, but let a Democrat step out of line and do whatever, and y'all got all the smoke. But Donald Trump throws a temper tantrum and y'all real quiet. He'll call you quiet piggy or say or call you dumb or whatever the case is, and y'all accept it. I mean, a lot of it's more emotion. So I think, you know what, maybe you hit the nail on the head. I think a lot of times when you listen to Ari in the studio, whatever, it's a song, but I feel like she's a better live performer than she is a studio performer. So it's like you get a lot of the personality and the emotion and all the other stuff when she's on stage. So I'll definitely give you that. The studio overproduces her voice to sound quality clean or to sound squeaky clean. And it's like, yeah, I want those moments where I hear the voice cracking or, you know, I think that's what it is too. It's like the image is very clean cut. So I've never gravitated towards people with like this clean cut personality. Our struggles by not having a distinct, I think you mean, vocal style, even a decade and a half into a career where she's yeah, and I think that's another thing too. It's like I always look at artists as how do you differentiate from what we've already seen and heard? Because she's always gotten the comparisons of Mariah Carey and all that other stuff, but how do you stand out amongst the herd? And I don't. That's why I always gravitate. Like when you look at someone like a Slater, I think when I look at her, I just say like I see all these elements of other people that I've loved growing up, but it's distinctly like I took inspiration from these people, but you see me through these inspirations. Those are the ones I gravitate towards. Same thing with Madonna. She takes inspiration from all these other people, but it's distinctly her that shines through the music. So I always like those artists that stand out versus, oh, you're just trying to be the next this one, the next Mariah, the next Celine, the next Whitney. Why do you think it's just like I don't particularly care for screaming for Hudson? Because girl, you out here trying to be Whitney Houston instead of being yourself. I think people in my eyes prefer singers like Britney and Madonna because it's easier to sing. One gay said Ariana and MC is hard to sing too. Well, sometimes I'll be listening to them people I mean, sometimes when I be at work in the live shows, the people be on key with the songs. But then I'll be listening to some people, I'm like, why are you screaming the lyrics? Nobody be screaming like that. Y'all don't need to scream it. Like find the note. Imogen Heap is great. I love to with frou frou. Yes. Hate That I Made You Love Me is still top 5 in the US because of radio. And we did talk about that whole thing. Who's the artist that is over here that is being successful with their single on the radio charts? And people like, who? And it's like just because the algorithm on TikTok didn't tell you to like the artist don't necessarily mean there's people out here who are not successful doing what they're doing. It's happening because the younger Gen Z in school is being screwed. The COVID Gen Z swung Republican because they were told stay home. And like Cameron said, they didn't care about older people saying COVID won't make me sick. Who cares? Yeah, but everybody that y'all what people fail to realize is that sickness is universal. It don't give a damn what your political beliefs are. It doesn't care what your religion is. It don't care what your sexual orientation is. Sickness is something that affects all of us. It don't discriminate. like humans do. Most pop music today does not have the big vocal acrobatics that Whitney, Mariah, and Celine once dominated. The closest thing we have is Ariana. I love Taylor, Brittany, and Madge, but those live vocals, okay. Well, Brittany don't even sing live. COVID divided the three Gen Z eras. Older was there for Trump 1.0, even Hunter telling, oh, yeah, that whole Nick Fuentes thing, when he read him, I was cackling. He said, and I accept your Hunter Biden is funny. And then I heard somebody say in my comments, I just wish Biden was Hunter would shut the fuck up. I'm like, no, I need him to keep talking. The problem with these Democrats is y'all want to keep doing this when they go low, we go high stuff. Hunter Biden is definitely making the Democratic Party interesting because he's saying all the things that we've been thinking. He's saying the quiet parts out loud. And he even threw Merrick Garland on the bus, which I've been saying for years. The reason why we are where we are today is because Merrick Garland pussy ass didn't prosecute Trump for what he did during his first term. And that was Biden's fault because he hired him. He had him working for him. So day one you was in the White House, you should have been prosecuting Trump for his crimes. But y'all thought, oh, he won't become president again. That's a one and done. Y'all seem to underestimate the people sometimes. It's like, stop thinking that the world is what y'all, the world is not 1990, whatever. You'd be surprised how people vote and what people are capable of and how dumb a lot of Americans are. So you should have did what y'all needed to do on the legal front. We would not have this man being able to run again. But then that's what they thought too. Oh, we'll throw Kamala in. They're not going to vote for Trump again. They remember the first term, but in people's minds, they was like, we got through Trump first term. It wasn't as bad as we expected. Why does this care? Because in during Trump's term, a lot of the stuff that was happening during his term rolled over from Obama's term. Because that's what the previous president, right? And then yeah, it was Obama, then it was Trump, and then it was Biden, and then Trump. Sometimes I be having to remember. There's been so many presidents that we've had while I've been on this. Oh, it was Choosing Texas. That was the name of the song. We want the girls to break the status quo. The FKA Twigs, the Slaters, the Madonnas, the Bjorks, the ones that stomp on the stage while they spit their voice. Absolutely, those are the artists I want. Somebody who has something to say, not the fact that oh, I'm just gonna get up here and look pretty and hit my notes and hit my mom like, bitch, that's boring. If you want to do all of that, go on American Idol. I want somebody that's gonna get on this stage and bleed for their art. I want my money's worth. Ariana is sad because her all-time favorite musician is Imogen Heap, but you could never know by listening to her music. Well, you know what? I think maybe that's the direction she's trying to go into. That because she was, a Disney girl, well, Nickelodeon, Disney girl, a Nickelodeon girl, and doing all the things she was doing. They were like, it's easier to get you in the world by having you do like the urban music, all the other stuff, because that was what was popular at the time. So we'll make you one of those girls. But I feel like she feels like at this state of her career, I want to bring in the artists that I was inspired by. So I'm going to do the Oasis, the Fiona Apples, the Image. I'm going to bring a lot of those off kilter elements to my music, which I don't know if her fans are particularly liking that, but she's earned the right in at this point of her career to do what she wants to do as an artist. It's an Ella Langley. I actually heard it in the store, but I questioned that Taylor song, no streams, but it's at number two. It's like, yeah, your shit ain't streaming, but how you number two? Well, they be cooking the books over there, yeah. Like you said, oh, it's Toy Story 5 and radio is playing that song. Oh, yeah, because Toy Story 5 is $1 billion grossing movie and it's a part of that film. So, yeah, because of that, that's why it's successful. Mike Nellis even said Democrats need to admit we were in a bad economy and Biden allowed that economy to go bad, but he tried stuff. But two politicians screwed his infrastructure bill. Ariana benefited a lot by chasing trends and being a white girl that made black. Absolutely. And they still trying to do that. Notice how her peak was in the late 2010s and she hasn't built that. Yeah, I agree with that. That it was, it's definitely she was chasing a lot of trends. I'm glad y'all putting all this stuff in here because these are things that I've been thinking about for the longest. Pay $5 billion a tank. I think she just at this point focus on acting because she's considered a legacy act at this point. Anyway, all right, y'all. So we are down to our final four topics. And before we get to our final four, if you have not already, hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, hype the channel, do all the things to help push the show out there into the algorithmic universe. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, let's get into this team. So Brad Pitt ain't the only one out here on the struggle bus with his kids who pretty much despise him at this point. It looked like Tom Cruise got a hater in his corner, and rightfully so, because with him putting that Scientology over his own biological child, because quiet as it's kept, them other two kids he got, he got them off the adoption line. The ones with Nicole Kidman, the biological child he had with Katie Holmes. And shout out to Nicole Kidman, because right after she done moved on with Keith Urban, she spit out her children, which kind of make you think something got to be wrong with Tom's sperm, allegedly. But Suri Noel is the name that she goes by at this point, and she has taken the proper steps to legally sever ties with her estranged father. Because remember, when uh Katie Holmes was trying to find a way to get out that cult, and her father was an attorney and hatched the plan to get about that situation. Once you get a divorce and all the other mess, they have this thing similar to Jehovah's Witnesses, but you got to excommunicado certain people from the family. So he's willing to put his crazy ass made up scientific L. Ron Hubbard religion, this made up crap, over his child that didn't ask to be born in this world. So you basically just act like she don't exist. I don't know how people run around like that. I mean, I'm sure he's a nice guy. I've heard many great things about Tom Cruise, and that's cool that he loves movies and he's a great actor and um he's a great performer, all these other things. But I don't know. I can't look at somebody straight in the face as a man who will put religion over their own child and just act and just treat their child like they don't exist in this world. I just have a problem with that. It's like these kids didn't ask to be born. You need to take on your responsibility and deal with handling what you help bring forth in the world. So the 20-year-old daughter of Tom Cruise, damn Tom Fly, she's 20, and Katie Holmes legally dropped Cruise that changed her. First of all, his last name is Maypether. His real name is Thomas Maplether, but they get up in here acting like Cruz is his real. That's a fucking stage name. But anyway, and change her last name to Noel. Public record shows Suri registered to vote in Pennsylvania, where she currently lives, in October 2024. I think because she's going to college there, during her freshman year at Carnegie Mellon University. She registered in Allegheny County using her moniker Suri Noel, indicating that is her legal name. And I believe Noel is Katie's middle name. Pennsylvania courts confirmed on page 6 that residents must register to vote using their legal name. We can also confirm Suri did not file a name change request in Allegheny County, suggesting that she may have done so in New York before she left for college. Prior to moving to Pennsylvania, Suri lived with Holmes, who's 47, in New York, where name change requests are either automatically sealed or sealed upon request. It's unclear exactly when Suri Noel became her legal moniker, and she's been using it publicly for years. Now, though the rising thespian had a relationship with Tom, who's 64, for most of her life, she first made headlines for not using his surname in the ceremony pamphlet of her graduation from LaGuardia High School in June of 2024. Now, at the time, a source told Page Six that Suri was showing praise to her mother by using Noel, Holmes' middle name, in such a significant way. The source also explained that the then teen wanted to avoid the paparazzi, establish her own identity, and start fresh at college. Suri caught the acting bug in high school when she landed the lead role as Morticia Adams in The Addams Family, a new musical. She is now studying musical theater in CMU's School of Drama. Page Six recently revealed that in March she portrayed the character Angel in Cosmic Microwave Background, a one-night only stage reading in at Pittsburgh's New Hazlitt Theater. Later this week, she will star in Midsummer, a modern take on William Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, alongside fellow CMU students at the Trust Arts Education Center. Pierce Studio in Pittsburgh. Well, the good thing about it is she got the acting bug like her parents. And even if she's not able to make it in Hollywood because, Tom Cruise, gatekeepers, all that other stuff, he don't have a hold on Broadway. So why not just do the theater thing? She can come back to New York, do the 8 night a week Broadway situation, and I think she would thrive there. Because that's the one thing her father can't do: sit up there 8 nights a week, memorizing lines and giving that type of performance. Let him go over there and do his little Hollywood stuff. And Katie Holmes could conquer New York. I mean, Katie Holmes. Oh well, her mother actually does do theater as well, but Suri can do theater. I definitely think she would thrive here, on and off Broadway. Now, Tom, a devout Scientologist, yeah, he's like the second in command over there, the David Miscavige. He's like their lieutenant. Now, Tom, a devout Scientologist, and Holmes welcomed their only child together in April of 2006 before getting married 7 months later. Now, after the Top Gun franchise star had them jumping on couches and everything. Now, after the Top Gun franchise star and the Dawson's Creek star divorced in August of 2012, Suri stayed with her mom, who has admitted in recent years that they kind of grew up together. Now, I should say Tom and Holmes did not respond to any requests for comment. So they got married in 2006 and stayed married for child. You put up with all that bullshit for 6 years. You a better woman than I ever would be. But anyway, so shout out to you, Suri. It's sad that this is the point of what it's gotten to. Wait, now Siri's starting. I said no, it's Suri, honey, not Siri. Jesus Christ, I had so many open shifts trying to hit me up for today. Hold on. Okay. So yeah, it's sad that this is the point of where their relationship is. It's kind of messed up, but oh, hold on now. Okay, so yeah, definitely. So shout out to you, Suri. Shout out to Tom. You already know how I feel about this situation. So yeah, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding everything that's going on regarding Suri having to cut ties with her no good ass daddy? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Hold on. Well, I don't have to go to work today. I'm so glad I checked my message because I was like, I gotta hurry up and get the out of here and go to work. So apparently, because of the weather, the Mets game tonight is postponed, so I don't have to go into work. But they talking about fill out a new survey by 7 p.m. Now, I'm probably not gonna be able to do it because I have to work fish tomorrow. So, what they said, they kept the same survey and it went from Tuesday, Wednesday, 7.8, blah 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 blah. So yeah, that's good to know. Um, yeah, they were sending out so many vortexes for me to work rush tonight. I was like, no, I'm a okay, so good. I don't have to go to work. So now I can spend time with a little more time with y'all. Who knows? Maybe I'll even think about looking to see if there's any more hot topics to talk about, and I'll expand on some. Maybe I'll come on later on. Oh, speaking of which, I think I need to go watch. I need to start watching some of these drag race things. I'm still waiting. I'm going to have to harass my friend and be like, I need you to send me. I mean, I have Wow Presents Plus, his password and stuff on my phone, which I use the AirDrop to watch Paramount. I mean, the Wow Presents on my TV, but I need it in my laptop so that way I can stream the Wow Presents stuff there, and I can go and do my Patreon watch parties and all that other stuff. Also, I was gonna say something about Tu Wong Fu, but I'm gonna say that. So let's see what y'all said about. I'm glad I read my messages. I'm glad I had someone said, Chris, check your text messages. Because I was looking, I'm like, why do I have 40 fucking missed messages? Well, look, I definitely want a day off because I'm exhausted. Yeah, because it's supposed to. I don't know if it's raining outside right now. It's supposed to. Yeah, but the rain is going to be so. It's going to be really bad. So, yeah, the rain's supposed to be really. It's supposed to rain really bad today. So it really makes no point in coming in. Okay, so to me, she hasn't been the yeah, because I was like stressing out over here. I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna have to rush through these topics, and I don't want to do that. So I'm glad I got that message. To me, she hasn't been the same since Wicked. Her voice, energy, something's off. Without Victoria Monet and her songwriting camp, you can tell. Ooh, the shade. By the time Ariana does come back in, let's say, 2029, she may be the last of the millennial pop stars still standing. Gaga, Taylor, Beyonce, and SZA could all be in their last hurrah right now. Nicole Kidman can't even have contact with her older children. Oh yeah, because of the whole thing. Once she divorced Tom, is like the other two stay with Tom, I guess, because Tom had more money. Who knows? But Nicole was already carved out an amazing career on her own without, you know. But whatever. Nicole went and had her own biological children. So whatever. I'm wondering if musical can make a comeback because why it kind of ended was MTV music video. I don't think people care about live action musicals. It doesn't. So you want the rest of the last four topics? Yeah, so I'm like, look, I said I wanted a day off. I'm finally gonna get one. Now I gotta figure out, fuck, I may have to go to the store and get me something to eat. So I'm gonna have to go out there in that damn heat. I mean that rain and get me something to eat because I didn't get anything. The plan was I was gonna head to I was gonna head to work. Before I got to work, I was gonna pick something up. But at this point, it's a rain out, so there's really no point. All right, y'all. Wait, I just realized we don't have four topics. We got four topics coming up. I forgot to make a thing for Jennifer Lopez. Just realized I forgot to make the what you call it for that, the banner. Hold on a second. Because I was literally, I told you I put this show together at I would by the time I was done putting the show together, it was 5 in the morning, and I think I was just rushing trying the to create everything. But anyway, enough of my woes. Let's talk about Jennifer Lopez. So Ohani Noah, her first husband, is still out here reading her down to the ground and throwing shade. He's still out here talking shit about Jennifer, and I'm here for it because I live for the drama. But so yeah, so Ohani recently did an interview. I think it was with the US Sun. And he said that he confronted Diddy over him, laying low and spreading it wide with Miss Jennifer, who y'all know she used to. I hope this don't get me in trouble, but it always gave like she basically spread her legs for whoever was going to help enhance her career, be it on the music forefront with Diddy and the producing, on the acting side, and then when it came to creativity or whatever, when she got with Chris Judd, because he was like one of her dancers, and then remember she had Casper. And then when it came on the acting forefront where she wanted to be taken seriously, she got with Ben Affleck. And I'm sure she loved love and all that stuff, but it always felt like whoever she laid down with, it was to enhance career opportunities. And Ohani was just some regular dude that was a waiter. And I guess she was just like, she wanted to be Henny from the block. But then she wanted to go beyond Henny from the block and she wanted to be Miss Glamazon. She wanted to be J-Lo. So getting with being J-Lo, you had to get with the diddler, who wound up getting into a fight in prison last week. I forgot to mention that because we haven't been here. And he ended up, you know, um, in solitary confinement. So Ohani basically said that he squabbled up with Diddy in a blazing row after the rapper had an affair with his wife. Well, she openly contributed, so I hope she's just as to blame as he is. So they said it was the year she dumped him. We were still friends, and we had decided to start over again. The Cuban actor recalled during an interview with the U.S. Sun, adding that the Marry Me actress deserved to be forgiven once for her past mistakes. She had tried to dump Diddy before, and he had threatened her and her Ooh, not you spilling tea, child. He said that Diddy threatened her. That's probably why she ain't been out here talking in regards to all this mess. So this is all alleged, but this is what he said. Combs turned up to her assistant's birthday party in Los Angeles, which Jennifer had thrown for her, and everyone was shocked. I went over to him and told him to leave, and he told me to back off. He asked me who I was, to which I replied, fuck you. I told him he has slept with my wife. Noah said the hustle star got in between him and the act bad rapper and told Noah that Combs would leave the party, but he didn't. I got upset with her, and at the end of the night, she got in his car and left, the I See Me actor recalled. Then a few weeks later, Noah said a terrified Jennifer called him when Combs allegedly showed up at her LA residence and began to scream her name. She said she was scared and afraid, so I instantly left work and came over. When I got there, it was pitch black and I couldn't see anyone, so he must have been hiding. As I drove in, he started shouting and telling her he knew I was inside, he claimed. That's when I fronted him up. Jennifer was on the balcony and told me not to, and she was worried. She told me he had guns, but I told him I would fuck him up. He's like, you can pull out your guns, bitch. I'm actually will come up to you and kick you in the damn throat. Or as if you from the hood, the throat. So it said, she said she was going to call the cops, but a neighbor must have called them as they turned up and Diddy ran away. Such a little bitch. I always said Diddy was a bitch. That the only time that, he liked to give the perception that he was a gangster and all this other stuff. But 9 times out of 10, he had his goons or his security, whatever, that would do his dirty work. Noah claimed Lopez told him Combs would do bad things, but the actor said he told the disgraced hip hop star he was a coward to his face. That's why he was always with bodyguards and guns, because anyone could take him one on one. Who won that fight when he was in jail, though? That's what I'm curious about. I want to know, did he get his ass beat? He got a couple of licks in before they threw him in solitary confinement. So, Noah said that he and Lopez were great and so in love until Combs came into the picture, saying, I was in charge of launching a nightclub in LA called the Conga Room, which was part owned by Jennifer while she went off to make her debut album on the 6th in New York and Miami, he recalled to the U.S. Sun. Before I get into the rest of that, I do agree that, you know what, maybe they were greatly in love and stuff. And Jennifer at the time was working on, her music, whatever, and Diddy was brought in to help out with a lot of the music and things of that nature, like help us spice up the music a little, the production a little bit. And Diddy was the hottest thing going at the time, especially in the 90s. But you already know, like based on things that we've heard, especially from the depositions from Cassie and that whole trial that went on, that he is someone who is very much obsessed when it comes to a lot of situations and being in relationships with women and all this other stuff, and the fact that he always has to be in control. I do wonder if there was ever any other kind of physical situation that happened with him and Jennifer. But it's about how she was scared and all this other stuff. I wonder if he ever put paws on her. That would be an interesting conversation. I mean, that's something I would like to know. I know I'm being nosy, whatever, but I'm like, with Diddy's reputation, I would not be surprised if things have ever gotten physical between them. Although I do think this is a little messy. Oh honey, I'm glad you're talking. Those grits for our meal. Then it said that's when Diddy was drafted to help produce several tracks. Noah said the Let's Get Loud singer and Combs knew each other way before the media reported they did. She started hanging out with Diddy more and more, and I started seeing her less and less. Then the rumors started. I still had a lot of friends working in Miami hotels who would call to say they had seen them hanging out and leaving together. And you already know, if you were, so that's the one thing I keep telling y'all. Y'all want real tea from people? You need to speak to the hair makeup, the people that work in hospitality. They're the ones that be knowing where all the bodies is buried. That's why I love when I be at the garden and I be hearing the gossip. And I'm like, child, the shit I could write in my upcoming in a memoir, y'all would gag about some of the stuff I be hearing. But yeah, so I'm like, you may not know that I know these people, Miss Thing, but when you and Diddy coming in and out of hotel rooms and probably hunching, thinking you on the low, I know people. So they gonna hit me up and tell me what's going on. And you out here thinking you slick. Jennifer would allegedly tell her then husband that her relationship with the Bad Boy Records founder was just work until a photo of her sitting on Combs' lap surfaced. We started to fight really badly as I knew she was cheating on me. Now, Page Six had reached out to reps for Combs and Lopez for comment, but did not immediately hear back. Now, Noah and the I'm Real songstress were married from 97 to 98. She had previously blamed Combs for their divorce. Or he previously blamed Combs for their divorce. Well, I don't know if you could necessarily blame him. Maybe it's just a ways of he has a way of persuading women to giving him what he wants. It's like I'm gonna get what I want out of you, whether you gonna give it to me or not. And these women fall for that. Like he has a sociopathic way about himself, very charming, very egotistical, very much I'm going to control the narrative. And a lot of these women fall for that. Oh, and they think it's love and all this other stuff. It's no, it's possession. And Diddy acts like he owns people, like he likes to own properties and businesses and things of that nature. So she got caught up in that. She probably saw an opportunity where, yeah, I'm working with one of the baddest producers in the game right now. I'm gonna get something out of it. I'll probably get like major success. So she went along with it. But says you have obligations. If you married to somebody, you don't be stepping out on your man because you're looking at this being an opportunistic step up. So just say that you was out here giving out community pussy for a hit or three. Now, she went public with her romance with Combs in September 1999, making their official debut as a couple, as y'all remember, at the VMAs, where she came up there with that white bandana on, the crop top, and the low-rise white jeans. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was out here trying to make her look like a sister girl up there with Diddy. And then, of course, she came up with the infamous Versace dress. Now, later that year, the John clothing brand founder was involved in a hot. Okay, we don't need it. Oh, yeah. That he said this is the thing that I think where she finally found a way to separate from. Because I was wondering, like, if all of this turns out to be true, Ohani's saying that he would always act very possessive and trying to pull one of those Stella moves, like standing outside the window and screaming her name, or you thinking that you John Cusack holding up the radio trying to get the woman to get back with you. um, if you was pulling all these little stunts and shows and things, my question is, was she able to finagle her way out of being in a relationship with him? Because I noticed that after the high profile pow pow and that happened, where Sean wanted going to jail for 10 years and Jennifer and Diddy got arrested, where they found a stolen and loaded 9mm semi-automatic gun in the car she and Combs fled in. Because remember, they was going through the red lights and they got stopped by the cops. And when they pulled them over and did a little investigation, there was a stolen and loaded gun in the car. And I believe there is a mugshot of Jennifer out there. Once that happened, I think that's when Lupe said then like, bitch, what are you doing? And she came over there with all that Spanish, bitch. Y'all know how them Spanish mommies are. She probably took a chancleta and threw it at her. She probably threw it at Jennifer, speaking to her in Spanish. Dios mío, Dios mío, like just went in on her ass. And Jennifer was like, okay, how we gonna have to plan to get away from this man? So you already know. And then you saw her career start to flourish because I'm like, I'm not gonna let this wannabe gangster ruin my career. And luckily, her career took off. She got busy, and they kind of separated. But this is unfortunate to hear. Now, they said that yeah, the singer was held in a cell for more than 12 hours, but never charged. So yeah, she got arrested and got to sit in a cell and had to think about her wrongdoings and think about her life. I'm like, girl, is this where you see your career? Or do you really want to be out here flourishing as an actress and a singer? So then they split in 2001, by the way. And then, as y'all know, Diddy is currently serving a 50-month sentence in prison after he was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. And y'all already know about Hannaford. After Ohani, she married 3 more other men. Chris Judd from 2001 and 2003. Mark Anthony, who just had another baby with his new wife, but don't acknowledge another one who don't acknowledge his kids. This one with Hannaford. From excuse me, him and Hannaford were married for 10 years, 2004 to 2014, and then she got married to Ben Affleck finally when they got back together. But they were only married 2000. No, they can't be right. They said from 2022 to 2025. They were married for 3 years. I felt like their marriage kind of broke after a year. So I don't know if that 2022 is correct. But yeah, as I said, that Jennifer and Mark have, and they're both 57 years old. Child, why Mark look like he's 67? Share 18-year-old twins. They got Emmy name up in here, but child, Emmy go by a whole new name, and y'all up in here dead naming her name. She go by Oscar. Oh, sorry, he go by Oscar. They go by Oscar. Everybody go by Oscar. Everybody get an Oscar. You get an Oscar. You get an Oscar. You get it. Okay, let me stop. So now, yeah. So that's all I got on that. I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding Jennifer Lopez's ex? Ohani still out here talking and spilling tea regarding his relationship with Jennifer. I mean, I love the fact that you using all of this to still keep your name in the eye, whatever, and it's good grist for our mill. But I just feel like, sir, it is time for you to move on and stop worrying so much about your marriage to someone that happened almost 30 years ago. Like, just move on from it. You still look good. Don't he got an OF too? I could have sworn I heard that Ohani got an OF, but you ain't showing dingaling. So if you ain't showing dingaling, because I want to see what Jennifer Lopez was spreading her legs for that full year y'all was married. You ain't showing pole. You're not getting the coins. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. It's weird how the media is so silent on Brad Pitt's allegations. Imagine if it was, that's what I was saying. Like, I really want to know why Brad Pitt's kids don't like him. I need to know the tea. I mean, the only incident that I have to go on is the fact that it was a situation where he and Maddox got into an altercation and it got physical on a private plane. There have been stories out there, and I don't know where it came from, but there was like allegedly he put hands on Angelina too. I don't know if that's true. Excuse me. I don't know if that's true too. But um I know Brad Pitt was going through some things at the time, and maybe I think he was in heavily into drinking and everything, and got cleaned up and all that good stuff. But I need to know why his kids have taken it upon themselves to like no longer carry the Pitt last name. They're all going by Jolie. Like, what is it? But we don't know. But I do agree, like we should, like y'all quiet on his situation. But yeah, if it was somebody black, oh, we never hear the end of it. Y'all call Michael B. Jordan all kinds of deadbeats. Because that's the narrative. And y'all showed y'all entire ass when it came to, as far as you see Bakari is A-list, y'all still treated him like a nigga when it came down to the whole BAFTA situation. We ain't forget about that. Where's Tom Cruise mixed race child? Oh, Connor. Oh, he around. I mean, is he mixed race or just black with an Irish name? Connor's still around. I think was he in music at one point? Speaking of music, did y'all hear that foolishness that Candy daughter talking about she don't want to go to law school, she want to be a DJ. When I looked at her, I'm like, girl, if you don't take your slow ass back to law school, because I'm like, you're not gonna sit up here and talk about, I want to be your DJ. You know how slow they talk down in Atlanta. I'm like, no, ma'am. Get your ass and continue your education. It's cute or whatever that you do on the reality show. I ain't even watching that mess, Next Gen, NYC, whatever the hell they call it. I don't watch that show. It's cute or whatever that you having a little reality TV situation happening. But I'm tired of y'all press and play DJs trying to come up here and take up real space for people who work hard on the craft. Because don't they have another housewife that DJs? We don't need no more you press play bitches up in here. Leave it to let the professionals do what they doing. Not to smut shame, but Jennifer did what Madonna was horribly accused of, slept her way to the top, because I do believe Madonna is more conservative in the love department. And yeah, Madonna was getting it in with people, but she never was out here just screwing every producer or whatever it was to enhance her career. A lot of her career was being built by what she was doing to make sure and her smart business savviness and all that other stuff. Jennifer definitely gave that, oh, I see an opportunity, I'm going to take it. I remember Nicole saying she was traumatized after having both a miscarriage and an ectopic pregnancy with Tom. So that's why I said it probably was he got some tainted sperm. Maybe it worked because they was doing some type of tech stuff. I mean, and I was gonna say, well, maybe also Katie was a lot younger when she got with Tom because Tom was in his 40s when he got with Katie, and Katie was in her 20s. You know, you more fertile in your 20s. I don't know how old Nicole and Tom was when they started trying to have kids. Or maybe also when Nicole and Keith Urban started having children, it could have been they would use the IVF and stuff. Oh yeah, we know Guadalupe could not stand the diddler. And that's why you ain't seen Jennifer with a black man ever since. You've seen her with men that are racially ambiguous because I don't think Chris Judd is white. He definitely gives me mixed race. We know Casper is definitely gives mixed race. Or maybe he's a white boy with swag. I don't know what he look Mexican. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. But yeah, y'all ain't seen her with a black man ever since she dumped Diddy. And I definitely see why Lupe hates Diddy because it was like the way he was acting and stuff. I said, I don't want to be around that. You don't know how to act when you're around beautiful women. Like if you gotta act all possessive and stuff, it's like, boy, if you don't sit your corny ass down. And did y'all hear that foolishness about that bird that keeps getting all this attention from the one that rejected Usher when he was trying to serenade her and stuff on stage? Wanted Chris Brown. I'm like, I said, what you want him to beat the shit out of you on stage? It'd be different with Chris Brown. I don't know why y'all all trying to do the whole Janet Jackson, let me serenade or grind up on somebody on stage. Can y'all come up with something original? And no shade, even though Usher and I are around the same age, he's giving old aunties when he be up there performing. Like you giving old man. And you're not even old. I mean, you're in a way you're middle age, but you're not old. But it's giving old man. Anyway, speaking of old man, let's talk about John Leguizamo. So John Leguizamo, as y'all know, is in or may not know it. Well, at this point, a lot of people have seen the movie. He is in the Odyssey. I think he is phenomenal in the role that he plays in the film. Hopefully, he gets a nomination, but I feel like it's going to be overcrowded a bit with a lot of the performances and stuff that's in this film. But excuse me, while promoting the Odyssey, he talked about one of my favorite movies, which is To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar. Now, y'all know I love that film. I'm even gonna do a watch party for that on my Patreon. I just need to get around I gotta find out one of the streaming services on it. If it's not, then I'll just watch it on I'll probably buy it and watch it that way because I don't own it on a digital forefront or digital standpoint. But anyway, so he actually talked about Tu Wong Fu, which is like literally one of my favorite movies. I remember when that movie first came out, I was just obsessed. I wanted to see that movie so bad. I never got around to seeing it in the theater, but when it became available on VHS, child, let me tell you, I wore that fucking movie out. I remember all the lines from it. I mean, it was like, what was it? You're just a boy in a dress. Little Latin boy in drag, are you crying? It's like, especially Noxzema had some of the best lines up in that movie. Rizzo Tart. There was a bunch of different words and phrases and things that I started picking up in that movie, and of course, the line that RuPaul says because she plays racial tension, and you see the guy up on that comes out with the harness on. It was like I don't know who he is, but if it's a snowstorm tonight, he's going on my tires. It's like I know so many of the lines for that movie. I am obsessed with Tuan Fu. Had a lot of great lines. Unfortunately, the movie did not do well because Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, was out, and everybody was obsessing over that movie. And I will tell you this: I did not see Priscilla, Queen of the Desert until maybe a couple of years ago. It's all right. It was not my cup of tea, probably because it was more or less what was that like a Australian movie? So I didn't get a lot of the phrases and stuff in it. I didn't get a lot of the humor. The accents were a little thick, so it was hard for me to pick up on a lot of the stuff going on up in there. I know a lot of people talk about like this is such a great movie, but to me, To Wong Fu was it because it was old '90s New York. A lot of drag queens that I remember seeing growing up when you had like so many great drag icons were all up in that movie where they shot that scene at Webster Hall in the beginning where they did like the drag contest. Seeing so many of the drag icons that I remember seeing and hearing about, seeing on the screen, it just made me appreciate the movie more because it was it had just elements of New York in it, and I can relate to that because that's when I was growing up in New York at the time. So, To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar came out in September of 1995, many years before drag culture became commonplace on television screens. Although, oddly, also many years before it became a hot button political talking point in state legislatures. In the film, Leguizamo plays drag princess. A drag princess. He said, "Yeah, I'm not a drag queen. I'm a drag princess." Alongside the more experienced queens, Noxzema Jackson, played by Wesley Snipes, and Vita Bohem, played by the late Patrick Swayze. The trio, each of whom has completely opposing personas, of course, set out on a road trip from New York City to Los Angeles in a vintage Cadillac to attend the Drag Queen of America pageant. They take with them an autographed photo of Catwoman herself, Julie Newmar, hence the lengthy title. On the way, they have a run in with homophobic cop, and later, their car breaks down in a small, impoverished Midwestern town. The folks there don't seem to recognize that they are drag queens, and during the vehicle's repair, they end up transforming the humdrum municipality into a fabulous hamlet. But while it did manage to earn nearly 50 million at the box office, it took decades for it to be embraced as a cult classic as it is today. Leguizamo placed the blame for the Brave movie not doing as well initially on another drag queen flick that had happened to be released just 1 year prior. Priscilla Queen of the Desert stole our thunder because it came out just before. Leguizamo told Bustle in a recent interview. There was only room back then for one drag queen movie. We didn't get the accolades that we deserved, I feel. The divergent critical review, 49% on Rotten Tomatoes, and audiences score 72% on Rotten Tomatoes and 4.1 and a half on Letterbox support Leguizamo's assessment. So I think Patrick did an amazing job, and Wesley and I crushed it too, and we took it seriously, and we really wanted to give these characters integrity, he said, going on to explain how they had drag queen coaches, his being the iconic Larissa Dumont, because remember, like the whole Princess Larissa and that whole situation. And shout out to Larissa Dumont, she passed away, I believe, a couple of years ago. So Larissa was that bitch because I remember what shit when she used to perform up in Esquilita back in the day. So I do remember Larissa. And I remember it was a couple of years ago, she also, I believe, co-hosted the small stage because we had two stages. We had the main stage and the small stage for Queen's Pride. I love Queen's Pride. First of all the cuties be there. It's more intimate. And HCQC, who I used to work for, is one of the sponsors that definitely has their own table. They do safe sex work and community outreach and stuff. And that's what I started doing before when I was younger. I used to do a lot of community outreach, and that was also my way of getting in the clubs as well. Because I used to do me and another guy. We used to go to the gay clubs in Jackson Heights, and that would be our way of getting in the clubs. And I could see like the Go-Go Boy contest and all this stuff. So, and I would get paid like a little stipend. This is when I was much younger. I would get paid a little stipend to give out safe sex condoms and pamphlets and things, and I would also stick around and watch the show. So that was my little hustle back in the day. And then I ended up getting a job with them, and as a receptionist and all that other stuff. So, and contributing to the cause of helping the community. So yeah, that's my political outreach story. But anyway, so um shout out to Larissa Dumont. Now, they said she was from the Bronx and she was trying to help me do my accent correctly. And she taught me how to do it all right. I loved her and I borrowed as much from her as I could, the Ice Age star recalled. Now, perhaps more importantly, the movie has been embraced by the LGBTQ plus community, whose opinion Leguizamo places the highest importance on. He said LGBTQ plus teenagers came up to me and said that movie gave them the courage to come out to their family. That's what you hope your work does, gives people a sense that they're seen and they're important and their lives matter, and that's what you hope that you do with your work. And shout out to John Leguizamo. I've always been a big fan of his, and also He's from Jackson Heights, Queens. So him being from Queens and Colombian. Let me tell you, them Colombian boys can get it. But I've always loved me some John Leguizamo because he was always somebody who told it like it is. I've also liked his comedy specials that we do, Disco Rama. Oh no, it was a disco, it was Spicorama. And all the little comedy specials. That's how I got introduced to John Leguizamo. Um, was from a friend of mine who used to watch a lot of his comedy stuff. And that's how I would watch like old tapes and stuff of his. And then I found out that he was an actor. And then, yeah, but I definitely agree with him on that when it came down to Tu Wong Fu, it coming out in like the mid 90s, it definitely was that template for giving kids, especially my generation, the opportunity to want to come out of the closet and be yourself and being like this movie being a reference point where you're saying like, see, I'm not saying I want to do drag, but yes, I'm a homosexual and we're not dangerous or whatever the case. And yeah, it was the whole thing of like, gays being sexless eunuchs and all this other stuff. But at the time, you had to find a way to ease it on it because, we were going through the AIDS Holocaust and so many other negative things that were affecting a lot of our community at the time. The 90s was a great time, especially when, being bold and really pushing the boundaries of art and seeing a lot of queer representation at that time because we had the indie movie boom and all the other stuff. So I don't necessarily think that Two on Four was an indie movie. I definitely think it was a little more mainstream because I do remember watching the episode of Oprah where they had the cast on there and they were showing like the opening montage of them getting ready and dragging the audience, like, all the soccer moms is all excited. Oh, yeah, we see it. And then people sitting there making comments about, um, well, he's not as ugly as a woman. I'm like, that's how the drag queens look back in the day. It wasn't all about realness, like when you do in ballroom and stuff. Drag queens literally look like men in wigs with the padding and the boobs and all that stuff. There was some that could get away with it, but drag wasn't as like like over the top and glammed out like what you see with Drag Race. Drag Race definitely elevated drag, but prior to that, it was all about okay, you get a man to get glammed up in a cute gown because it was all about the ballroom gowns and glamour and the big hair and all the other stuff. Very Lady Bunny and like the Regina, like that whole Regina Spektor hair or whatever the case you want to call it, like that, the big boofy hair and the big gowns, great gowns, beautiful gowns. So yeah, so I love this movie. I'm glad that it's finally getting its just due. I'm glad that John Leguizamo is talking about it. Yeah, like he's a big fan of this film and how that movie alone resonates with so many people and he loves that. So shout out to you, John. He's one of the good ones. And I met him a couple of times. He is definitely a nice guy. So shout out to him. That was back in the day when I used to work at AMC, where he would come in and do like Q&As and stuff for his for like certain films that he was in. Always a nice, very much a gentleman, very down home and always down to take pictures. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Are you a fan of Tu Wong Fu? Is it like one of your, I'd say it's one of my favorite Leguizamo movies. I mean, yeah, I like a lot of movies that he's been in. Of course, Sid from Ice Age. I even liked him in Executive Decision, even though he had a small part. Especially that story he tells about that asshole Steven Seagal. I love his legendary stories about him and so many other things that he's been in. So yeah, I definitely want to hear your thoughts on this. Let me know them in the comments down below. Okay, what are the people saying in the comments? I feel bad for Usher because it sounds more women are there for Chris Brown, and Chris was doing Usher charities because Usher couldn't do a stadium tour all by himself. And I know a lot of people say, why haven't people canceled Chris Brown? How's this boy selling out stadiums? And on paper, I would say like Usher and Chris Brown definitely feels like of a great match because they were wanting a versus in so many ways. So them doing a tour together sounds great. The only problem, I don't know what it is. I mean, why are male artists so damn boring? I so don't care about neither one of them. I'm just like, male artists, y'all are so boring. All the good girls like a bad boy. John Luke was on everyone's favorite fake. Well, I was gonna say he's not. I mean, well, he's not a Rican. I told you he's Colombian. But like I said, I've never heard of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert until I just now, but I've known about Tu Wong Fu for years. The 90s Clinton era was very woke era long before the term was coined. The Clinton era, everybody, everything was great during that time. Let me tell you, I made the most money that I made during, everybody was eating good during the Clinton era. Then it went downhill from there. But yeah, Priscilla Queen of the Desert, Guy Pearce was in that movie. And Hugo Weaving, Agent Smith from The Matrix. Yes, he was a drag queen in that movie. Um, this was like before anybody knew who they were. And I was gonna say, Priscilla. I remember seeing Priscilla Queen. First of all, of course, I heard of Priscilla before Too On Food because it came out a year prior. But I was never into. I was never big on it. I had saw it once. I was like, that's all right. But like I said, Too On Food was more up my alley because I got the humor. A lot of the people that were in the film were drag queens that I grew up seeing and hearing about in New York, especially if you were someone like myself who was going out underage to nightclubs and drag bars and things of that nature and reading. I'm trying to remember. I think HX and all of them existed in the mid '90s. When I would read all the little the gay magazines that you would pick up if you went in the Village Voice. That's how I would find out a lot about. Um, I would that's when I would go to what was I saying? Because I just got distracted by this. It said fuck Paramount for canceling Mary Cornell stuff. I don't wait. What show was that? It's funny I'm paying for Paramount Plus. I barely even know what's on there. I think I keep it because of Drag Race. But yeah, that's how I would hear about a lot of the what was going on in nightlife. I would read Village Voice. I would read especially the Michael Busto column. And I would read a lot of the little gay magazines that you would get when you go in the city. So that's how I became familiar with who was the it people in the nightlife scene. And then of course word of mouth because we didn't have internet in those days. Oh, you said it's on HBO Max. And you said the '90s is also my favorite era of music. Pete, Mariah, Madonna, Fiona, and Janet, along with the alternative rock and electronic music boom from grunge and shoegaze. And it's funny. I find this so funny because you were really into a lot of stuff, music before your time. Which is why I always find it funny when people are so ignorant and say Gen Z is not really interested in a lot of the artists from the '90s and this and I'm like, that's not necessarily true. I think there's quite a few out there, but I think people focus on the ignorant because ignorant sells. Is it Chris Brown about allegedly? Yeah, they said 2 years he might get right for that whole incident that happened in the UK. Knowing him, he'll probably do everything but be like, I'm not gonna come to the UK ever again. I'm gonna just hide out. I'm gonna go every other country except this so I can avoid going to jail. I'm like, was it inevitable? I'm like, you acting like you big and bad while you out in these streets. Let me see you survive in prison and that booty hole. Isn't Chris Brown about? Yeah, he said barely anyone moved to Usher's Super Bowl halftime. Yeah, I would look. I'm not going to hold you, but I felt like Usher was lackluster with the whole Super Bowl. Yeah, you got a couple, and I think it was the song choices. Yeah, you got a couple of songs, but you was never that one that kind of gave up tempo. Like you don't have that many. I mean, yeah, he went EDM at one point, but it just felt like you was kind of jumping on the bandwagon because Neo and them was doing it. Neo was doing the EDM before Usher. So then all of a sudden, and then of course corny ass Jason Derulo, but then he decided to jump on the whole situation. And yeah, you had a couple of songs. DJ got us falling in love, and yeah, some of them songs was hot, but and that's what you should have heavily focused on. A lot of your up tempo songs. It was just a lot of the transitions wasn't really working. You were trying to do the slow. We don't want to hear nice and slow while you at the Super Bowl. It was very international. The ABBA soundtrack to Wong Fu scene had more of straight men gay, where Priscilla was flamboyant and campy. You could tell most gays in the US want to be seen. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, there was some camp up in To Wong Fu. But I will say, Priscilla definitely leaned harder into the camp than To Wong Fu. To Wong Fu was doing camp, but it also felt like y'all were kind of holding back a little bit. But I still enjoy the film. where internationally you can be flamboyant and be yourself and people accept you and love yourself. Well, Europeans aren't that uptight about sex like Americans are. I mean, am I lying? He's a corny as Jason Derulo. Still another one trying to make fetch happen. Anyway. Now, speaking of people who don't have to ever worry about fetch happening because they're an icon, they are the moment. Let's talk about John Waters. So John Waters, who I believe is he in the upcoming season of American Horror Story? I remember hearing something about that. But anyway, so John Waters is basically opening up because he's on this show that I love watching on YouTube that's done by Jess Rothschild. Say that 10 times fast. Called Finding Fire Island. If y'all have not watched this docu-series, definitely check it out on YouTube. Because I love like I just love hearing the history of Fire Island, and also they even did one about heated rivalry. They did one where it was a connection about they talk about the legendary meat rack. Child, let me tell you, mother has lived because I've done many a nasty things over that meat rack. And also they talked about like Madonna coming to Fire Island, how it was a whole shit show with that. Because at the time she was dating Warren Beatty, and Christopher, may he rest in peace, had a house out there and wanted her to come. And they were like, you can either take the ferry, well, because the only way you can get to Fire Island, you gotta take a boat. Like it's a whole situation. You got to take before back in the day when I would go with friends every year. We used to drive out there. You park the car, you take the ferry, which is a fee, to the island. You can't drive there. Although I think there is a way you can get your car to the island. But who wants to deal with that headache? And or so there was only two ways. You either take the ferry or you had to fly in. And they decided to fly in. They talk about how bumpy that damn plane ride was. So they was pissed about that. And so there's a couple of videos that's on the channel if you want to get in the whole. And then a friend of mine, Dingin DCO, getting Liza Minnelli to perform at one of his events and things. So he's in it as well. So if you haven't checked out Fi Finding Fire Island, definitely check it out. It is a really good docu series. So shout out to Jess because she puts a great show together, and she's a part of the community. So shout out to her. Now, speaking in Thursday's episode, that's July 23rd of Finding Fire Island. And they also talk about Fire Island movie with the one that came out with Margaret Cho and all of them. They talk about that as well. The Pink Flamingos and Hairspray director reflected on turning 80 in April, his place within the Levitical Plus community, and the queer history that young generations may never fully experience. He said, the younger people understand me in my films. Yes, well, I'm not the younger generation, but I love his movies. He said, as per Huffington Post, because they know my films and everything. It's a very different world for me in the gay community. Waters also joked that even in his younger years, he never fit the mold of the stereotypical hypermuscular gay man. Even at the height of when I looked the best, I never was a muscle Mary. It's a culture that I know about, but to me, the hippie gay thing, the coquettes and all, not the coquettes reference, child, and all that was more radical and to my liking than, say, clones. If y'all don't know about the coquettes, I have a book. I actually bought a book was like the story of the coquettes. That's like the whole era which Sylvester came up in. Definitely, if you can find any information on the coquettes, look into that. So, rules are. Oh, so this said the filmmaker then turned to a more sobering subject, the HIV/AIDS epidemic that devastated the Levitical Plus community in the 80s and 90s. That's the main thing. If you're older, you remember that, and you can never convey what that was like to young people, which is so true because so many of the people that should have been here mentoring the new generation, they all passed away because they succumbed to the virus. So when you want to teach the history, the very few that survived, and some of them do have survivor's guilt, because there's been stories where I would hear from people who like, I mean, and they also mentioned that that's in one of the Finding Fire Island stories too, where one guy was like, a lot of his friends was dying off, and he was like, "Why me? Why am I still here?" And also, like, how come all my friends passed away, but I'm lucky I didn't get it, and I'm still here. But he looks at it as like maybe I was meant here to pass on a lot of the information as an older homosexual to the next generation. And one of the things, luckily for me, because I know there's a lot of young LGBTQ LMNOP members who don't like learning things from the older generation, but I was always that young homosexual that embraced learning from a lot of the elders. So I wanted them to teach me all the ways and learning stuff about queer history and so many things of like how, me going to Fire Island and having those encounters with people. Because I know like some people say they've encountered racism and stuff when they went to Fire Island. I've never experienced that. And it could be because of my light skin privilege, that the fact that I'm more accepting or acceptable being around white people because I come across as harmless because of my complexion connection. It could be that. But when it comes down to don't fuck with me, oh, that side definitely comes out. And there is an often thing where you worry about the conforming to the other ideologies. There were times where I always worried about always trying to fit in or whatever. It's like, oh, do I need to do this certain thing or certain thing so that way I can be accepted by other people? But then I'll snap to them like, I don't give a fuck. I have hooked up with all different men, looks, ages, body types, whatever, and it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, I just don't like dealing with shallow ass people or people with funky ass attitudes. So I don't care how good looking you are. If you got a shitty attitude, that is an immediate turn off for me. So it doesn't matter. So I'm with you on that, John. Now, finding Fire Island host Jess Rothschild, a New York journalist, said that she was especially drawn to Waters because of how he had always embraced being different, even within queer spaces, saying John Waters represents the idea of what society calls too much can become a source of creativity, humor, and power. Saying, I love how he speaks to being an outsider within the gay community and relishing it. He continued, the traits that made you feel out of place can become the foundation of your identity, your art, and your community rather than something to hide. And I think also that was one of the reasons why I always gravitated towards John Waters and his music, his movies, because of course, Serial Mom. I love that movie. Such a quotable fucking movie. Of course, we love Hairspray. Of course, we love Pink Flamingos. There's so many great movies that come from Davenport. There's so many great stuff that comes from John Waters that is iconic. Love the iconic Divine, one of the great icons of that generation. That wasn't my generation because by the time I even became aware of Divine was no longer in the Union. They had passed away. And I love Divine's cover of You Think You're a Man, You Are Only a Boy. Is that a cover of that their song? I'm not sure. But yeah, huge John Waters fan, and I think that's probably why I gravitated towards him because he was just somebody who didn't want, who was all about being yourself, stepping outside the box, not conforming to whatever the LGBT societal pressures of being an acceptable gay required. That you had to look a certain way, that you have to hit the gym, that you can't eat certain things, that you have to do Tina. Child, I don't fuck with nobody named Tina. I mean, if your government named Tina, yes. But if it's something a Tina that I gotta put in my mouth and inhale it, I stays away from her. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story regarding what John Waters had to say? I haven't seen that episode. I did post the P Town versus Fire Island clip. I think it's a clip. I'm looking for the full episode or whatever that John Waters was in because I think I didn't watch that one. But yeah, there was a whole thing. I guess there was about like the difference between P Town and Fire Island. I've been to Fire Island. I grew up going to Fire Island like every summer in my 20s and 30s. I was going to Fire Island every summer. I have my friend Adam. He has a place that he goes out there every summer. He's out there every weekend, kikiing it up in Fire Island. I haven't been in I think 2 years. Last time I went was with Sailor Mermaid. That's when we went. But I definitely need to get my butt back out to Fire Island. It's been a minute. So yeah. So I need to see that full episode. But I've never been to P Town. I was gonna say, have I ever been to Palm Springs? Yeah, actually, I've been to Palm Springs when I lived in LA one time. I don't think it was because for Palm Springs, we were pulling clothes for Laganja doing a photo shoot. So I do remember going to Palm Springs for that. But anyway, I say all this to say, what are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments down below. Look at me pulling a Jason Lee and name dropping. I was like, we was pulling clothes for Laganja. Laganja, Estranged. Anyway, let me read the conversations at hand. The Trump administration isn't helping Tate brothers, but if rumors are true, Melania will get involved and force them to help the brothers to not make Baron Trump go to jail. I don't understand. That whole family is corrupt. Did y'all see them that in Iran they put out some posters showing the unaliving of Melania Barron and the president of the United States? I also think they put one of Pete Kegg's breath, Nazi ass Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, and a bunch of others swimming in a sea of blood. Oh, they're going in over there in Iran. They are not playing. So Trump is shook. Madonna announced Pride Festival tour in Europe and Australia in February. She also threw FIFA under the bus for saying why she wasn't allowed to do London Pride. I was allowed Grinder and to promote my club confessions, but London Pride close to doing business, but FIFA got tired of loaning me, so I got gagged. Blame that. Wait, where's this information? I need to see this story. But if she's gonna be doing a Pride Festival tour, I think that's cute. Get everybody excited and then do Glastonbury. And then after that, launch the tour. And she did say that my body has the way I move around has changed since having since wait, my body changed since I had the surgery and all this other stuff. But I just hope that, when you do this tour, ma'am, slow it down, take your time, don't over exert yourself when you're out here performing, these shows. Don't overdo it because you just finally got yourself back into a good place physically. We said, I hope Paramount and Warner Brothers get like Sony did to know if Memekono Starfall season 3 happens. Look, you are so mad. You wanted that this whole situation. Except she's not doing Glastonbury. Well, I mean, it would be cute if she would do that, but I guess they feel like, well, it'd be similar to you trying to do Coachella. Madonna doesn't like repeating herself, so she won't do it. But anyway, let's get back into some more hot topics. And let's talk about, well, it's our final topic, I guess. And I guess we could talk about this whole Heater Rivalry. So y'all know Heater Rivalry is very successful. We're still waiting on the season 2. I don't even think they started filming the second season yet. But it looks like that with the success of Heater Rivalry, it's creating some great entertainment for the homosexual companies to want to be a part of. So I saw this story over on Variety, so shout out to them. So now, just 9 months after Heat Rivalry premiered and became a worldwide phenomenon, the sexual adult entertainment company Falcon/NakedSword is getting into the book business. The San Francisco-based company is launching Falcon Inc., a publishing house with a focus on erotic fiction. This is according to Variety. So shout out to them. They had this exclusive. Shout out to Variety. They're also doing homosexual news. Who knew y'all was over here talking about gay corn companies like Falcon and Naked Sword? I'm like, you would think this would be something over there on Straight Up Gay Corn or one of those websites or Out or Pride or one of those websites. The San Francisco-based company is launching they said Falcon Inc., a publishing house with a focus on erotic fiction. The publisher will consist of 3 imprints: Falcon Books, Naked Sword Books, and Raging Stallion Books. Let me tell you, child, growing up, when in my youth, Raging Stallion had me in a chokehold. Let me tell you, them movies were scandalous back in the day. The rough trade that was up in them damn movies. Not rough trade to the point of like what you were seeing, like the homo thug stuff, but it was more like muscular, hairy, like manly man up in there just tearing up them guts. Then I moved on to Tim Tales. Don't judge me on my preferences. So it said Falcon Inc. has this debuted two novellas, Hardball, as you can see, like with the pictures I have up here, an original sports romance of Falcon books, and Wild Game Open Season, a prequel to the gay adult film Wild Game from Naked Sword Books, releasing July 28th. That's literally today. Saying, quote, this exciting venture reflects our commitment to expanding beyond our traditional audience while staying true to the storytelling and sexuality that have defined Falcon for more than 5 decades. Falcon slash Naked Sword CEO Tim Valenti said in a statement Monday morning. For the first time, we are also creating content for one of the largest audiences in the men M/M. I think it was men who have sex with men romance space. Women. No company is better positioned to tell accessible romance and erotic stories than the one that has been doing it so successfully since 1971. And a lot of these women, which is I always found crazy, is that they love erotic same-sex fan fiction. The company co-chief content officer Ben Rush said, "Beyond publishing, Falcon Inc. will serve as an incubator for future film and television adaptations, both mainstream and adult, and further expand the Falcon slash Naked Sword universe through original and existing IPs. We're proud of how the company continues to evolve while remaining committed to the freedom and acceptance we've represented within the LGBTQIA plus community for 55 years." Well, they're saying they're going to serve as an incubator for future film and television adaptations. So I'm wondering, like, so I guess there'll be because I'm like, are y'all talking about adapting it into books, or y'all going to adapt some of these stuff into cinematic projects? Harbaugh tells the story of Mateo Ruiz, a professional baseball player in the minor leagues who sparks a romance with his rival, a fellow shortstop named Chase Whitaker. In Wild Game Open Season, Derek Cage appears to be happily married to a woman when his life is turned upside down after meeting construction worker Adrian. Both titles are available as trade paperbacks, ebooks, and audiobooks, written by Riley Parks and Ben Rush. The audiobook edition of Wild Game Open Season is narrated by adult entertainer Derek Cage. Fellow corn star Eddie Burke voices the hardball audiobook written by Parks. A launch party for the publishing house is set to take place at Book Soup in West Hollywood on August 29th. The launch of Falcon Inc. Comes alongside several major milestones for Falcon slash Naked Sword, including an induction of Hardball and Wild Game Open Season into the Stonewall National Museum, Archives, and Library, the premiere of the industry's first ever SFW vertical micro drama, and an upcoming underwear design collaborated with Skull and Bones. You know what? I would love to see these. You know how you have a lot of these there's been like these micro dramas that I've been seeing that's been flooding my feed all over on Facebook, whatever the case is, and you see like a lot of these. It's almost like they recycle the same actors too, where it's like they all kind of take the whole heated rivalry thing, which is two opposing guys on the same hockey team fall in love. One is rich and the other one is poor, and or it's stuff like that. So I want to see a rise in a lot of this, and it seems like this is happening. So I think this is a really cool idea with these books, and who knows that they'll actually become something that gets turned into something we could watch on television, where it gets the whole heat of rivalry effect, where you take these books, you turn them into a show or little micro dramas with the sex and everything, because I definitely think there needs to be more representation in regards of queer drama, and seeing the whole sports thing, be it baseball, basketball, hockey, football, whatever the case is, you're seeing that play out on our screens because people want to see that there are athletes out here who happen to have sex with men. And we can't only think that the only type of gay people out here in the world are drag queens or overly effeminate men. There are men out here who kind of give the exterior. I don't want to say like straight acting, remember, because it feels like you're putting on an act. But there are guys who are just naturally masculine that aren't into those, all the other things that just like dick. It is what it is. Now, the TV series adaptation of Heated Rivalry is based on the Game Changers book series by Canadian author Rachel Reed. Season 2 begins filming. Finally, we got a release there. Maybe I knew about it and I forgot. Season 2 films next month, so August is literally right around the corner. Now, in March, show creator Jacob Tierney revealed, I believe, who wrote this? Is I think I know who wrote this song. Let me see who wrote it. I want to double check. Yeah, it was Mark Malkin. I was like, did Mark Malkin write this? Yeah, I think it's him. Um, Now I lost my place. Hold on, because I'm reading it literally from Variety. Oh, all right. So Mark Malcolm basically said that Jacob Tierney basically told him back in March he was not trying to feel pressure to live up to season one. He said, "I realized a little while ago what I have to do is go back to where my head is was at the first time I wrote, which was love these books and try to make the smartest thing that I can make of it." That's what he said at the Glad Media Awards in Los Angeles. Yeah, don't always try to replicate what you've done. Just go in and do the best you can. It's like, you know what? We love the movies and um or we love the books. People love season one. Now how do we expand beyond what we've done? Oh, I guess that the embargo has been lifted because the brand new day reviews is coming out. So I guess yeah, they did embargo because does the movie officially come out tomorrow? If that was the case, child, I would have bought a ticket. Maybe I'll look into it. Oh, they finally released a trailer for Children of Blood and Bone. Anyway, let me wrap up this story because I'm getting distracted over there on the Variety website. But anyway, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you excited that, you know what, because of the success of Heat of Rivalry, we're starting to see a lot more um, people expanding beyond what we're getting and we're seeing more queer representation. Now, what I want to see is, it's cute or whatever that we got these little white kids up in here with the sports and stuff, but we want to see the boxing. We need to see some Hispanics and some black folks. We also want to see some basketball. So we need to start seeing a little more diversity in regards to the whole gay thing and too, and not just having these little cute white boys with washboard abs and bubble butts and that old Justin Bieber haircut or the well now we done moved on to the broccoli hairdo. That we don't do the whole Justin Bieber swoop thing, but it look like he got fucking Tourette's and shit, trying to keep that hair out of his face. So yeah, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Whew. Um, so now I'm getting distracted because I was looking to see any more celebrity news and things that's going on. I'll save that for another day. But let's get into these comments that y'all got. I say, but you said at Hyde Park. Online said if Madonna has her way, the 8 other acts before her nightly concert, Gaga, Minogue, Janet, basically everybody I help make or create, they could be my opener acts. I don't know. I could definitely see like if anything, I think it would be cute if Madonna would have somebody like a Charlie XCX open for her. Can you imagine? But she hasn't done an opener act in a long time. I actually prefer instead of her having an opener act. Bring out the DJ. So I would have been like, you can have Stuart Price DJ, but more than likely, Stuart is probably going to be working as the music director for the tour. So I don't want him to have to. I mean, even though DJs pretty much do the whole, I could do an 8-hour DJ set and then I go off and do this little live thing. So he could do it all. But I was like, instead of that, girl, just have Honey Dijon be your opening act and have her tour with you. She can promote her music from her new album, mix it in with a lot of those remixes. We can hit a physical attraction remix on this thing. So I would let her be the opening act and just travel with y'all. So no, we don't need no big legacy as well. Of course, you talking about Anna Nicole Smith? Oh, you said Nika Nicole. She directed a bunch of gay corn films. The only one I knew about that was a woman directing gay corn was Mr. Pam. That's the only one I was always familiar with. And she did an interview with Vice on why women are so attracted to men hunching. No woman to compare themselves to. Oh, so that's what it is? Is that the fact that they like watching men having sex with men because women get deeply insecure about seeing other women on screen. So if they watch straight porn, they're up in there comparing themselves. Do you think guys do that too in straight porn? Like they're watching a lot of the straight porn or whatever. and they get a bit conflummoxed because they're comparing themselves. Because y'all can't sit up there and say all y'all looking at is the coochie. Because y'all not. The men are basically used as vessels. The women do make more money in straight porn. Which is why I think a lot of the gays, I mean, the men come over to the gay for pays. A lot of the men come over to the gay side because they make that coin. But these days, the studios ain't really paying, so they doing the OF and that sort of thing. So no, I'm not really familiar with Nika Nicole. I may have to look it up and be like, oh yeah, I do know her. But off the top of my head, no. The only female director I knew that was doing a lot of same sex directing was Mr. Pam. But so I can totally say that women get deeply insecure. They don't want to see another woman with big old boobs that she paid for and a small waist and an ass she paid for, you know, having that perfect svelte body, and then they don't look like that, so they're feeling insecure. But you have to realize that's a job. So their job is to be physically in shape and have to perform and all that stuff. As for my sister, who's a fashion training, I'm not sure why she's into homosexual content like He the Rivalry, Conan Gray, Heartstopper, Byler. But if she likes it, I love it. Oh, yeah, we definitely need the lesbian shows too. Shout out to that. Because I remember when I was coming up in the 2000s, I was watching everything that was LGBT. I was watching not only was I watching queers, I was watching Queers Folk and Noah's Ark and on them shows. I was watching the L Word too. I was like, what the lesbians be into over here? Let me see, let me take a peek. So yeah, I was definitely getting into, the whole I was watching the L Word in the first couple of seasons, then it got ridiculous. Kind of like Queers Folk. It started going off the rails too. Maybe next year you could discuss about Katy Perry being upset about this regime using her song Firework in a video for an Iran. These people just do anything. But from what I heard was, I don't know if this is true, that maybe the reason why Katy Perry got upset, but she doesn't have control over her music because didn't she sell her music for money? So it's like once you sell your music to certain people, whatever, they can kind of do whatever they want to do with your music, which is why I don't understand. I will never sell my music. I would like to own my stuff. And I guess if there's nothing for me to do with it, then I would probably would sell it, but I would never sell my music. She wrote to Fathers and Sons for Icon Mail with Brent Corrigan, Alex Green, and not Nick Caprichel. And I love me some Brent Corrigan. I wanted to hunch that boy so bad. That was a cute piece of trade. He was the twink. Before people knew what a twink was. Look, I even loved Brent Corrigan in another gay movie where he played a mermaid or merman. That was well, I do well, I have seen a lot of icon mail stuff. And funny enough, when I would watch a lot of the stuff, who was really paying attention to who directed stuff? I mean, but then again, I can't. No, that's not true. Because I told you, like a lot of time when me and my friend used to watch adult cinematography, um, we used to sit there and critique it like we was Siskel and Ebert. So yeah, when they said, "Can you actually watch corn and not beat your meat?" Yes, it was possible because like I said, we used to sit there like we were Siskel and Ebert, just picking apart all the performances and the directing, and we would talk about all that stuff. Her name was Nika Noella. She got into it with Dirk. Yeah, I definitely remember Dirk Caver or Someone You Don't Mess With. Child, not that faggot. I can't stand her. Hold on, let me look her up. Not Nika Noella. Instagram. She was born in 1976. If they ever decide to make a biopic, they can have Sydney Sweeney play her. Yeah, she looks familiar. Not the fans know the adult cinematography. Speaking of which, did y'all hear Fantano hated um what's her name? Gracie Abrams' new album? He hated that record. I was cackling. I was like, child, Gracie Abrams' music is dry as hell. I don't understand where the excitement for her come from. Also very controversial, lied about his age. He was, oh yeah, I remember. He was underage when he got into doing adult stuff. Unfortunately for everybody who was of age, 5 of the films he was in had to be deleted, admitted he lied to get out of a home life situation. Yeah, I remember. And I saw that movie that was a based on his life and the whole murder situation where the director that had him in that contract ended up being unalived and the house got burnt down and all of that other stuff because and wasn't James Franco behind that movie? That movie was a mess. James Franco was doing a lot of weird art piece projects back in the day. Grace's album is getting so panned right now. I haven't seen anything nice said about it. She's either gonna switch up her sound or retire from music. Well, that's gonna be hard. I mean, what could she possibly do? She sits there and strums a boring ass guitar. Some boring ass songs. Maybe she does a little 808 behind what she does. Oh, child. Not James Franco dated Lana back in the day. hmm And so he was trying to make a comeback, and he made this weird ass video. I'm like, is this fool? I can see why Seth Rogen don't fuck with him no more, among a lot of other people. But anyway, y'all, you said the nepo baby criticism is never to dogpile on people with celebrity rich parents, but a critique on how and why people with Gracie have so much access to the music industry, but not the average person. Well, yeah, because of her father, JJ, who is on a struggle bus himself as a filmmaker. Like he's trying to make a comeback, and I heard not so great things about his upcoming movie project that he has coming out. So JJ, yeah, he got access, and her being, the daughter of one of the biggest movie producers and TV producers and directors. It's like you would think that, okay, yeah, you jump into music, a genre your father's not a part of. You have all this access, but the songs ain't it. She was the ultimate nepo baby. She got in because of her father, TV executive J.J. Abrams. And I like J.J. Abrams' work. I've been a fan of J.J. for a long time. I've been riding with J.J. since Alias, Felicity, Mission Impossible 3. He's done a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's definitely true. Some nepo babies do have talent. Two of them being Madonna's children. I mean, now we know all the other kids getting the stuff, but Lourdes has been trying to carve out her own music career on her own terms. Rocco's out here making art. He's a painter, so he's out here making his own stuff. There's definitely some talent to get. Blue Ivy's definitely talented. She plays the piano. She could dance now after really taking it seriously because we was looking at her before like, girl, what are you doing? You out here dancing like Mary J. Blige. But that's me trying to kick my feet up as I'm sitting. Whatever that is. Um, Mary always danced like somebody drunk and auntie. Oh yeah, Lily Rose Depp, she's a good actress. There's a lot of really good actors out here whose parents were successful, and there's some really good people out here who take it seriously and realize that yeah, I work my ass off. Jack Quaid's another one, good actor. Um, I mean, his father's a piece of shit, but um, he's a good actor. So there's some nepo babies out here that's talented. I'm not gonna sit and paint them all with a broad brush like some of the media does. I be hating when they be doing that. Well, y'all be trying to make it seem like, oh, well, y'all try to paint them with that broad brush and make them look like, oh, they didn't earn the spot they did. And it's like, yes, me being the child of a famous person can help me get through the door, but you got to be able to stay in that room once you get in there, because then it's sort of like, now what you got? Okay, so your and your mommy is so and so, but what do you have to offer that makes you stand out on your own? Because people will see through that real quick and then they'll remind you and you won't get any kind of support. Gracie said it's embarrassing to be in common with a Walmart worker, even though I was born into wealth. She put down regular people. Them same regular people that you need to buy your shit. Okay, sis. I do wonder that even though this album is a flop, because I do believe she did 2 nights at Madison Square Garden. Thank God they spared me from working them. But she did 2 nights at Madison Square Garden. I do wonder if she could still do if she could still sell a Madison Square Garden even with a flop album. I don't even know how well that how well the show did it. If she sold it out. I'm not even sure. It's also indicative that rich people don't have an interesting enough life story to make singer-songwriter music. She refuses to talk about her relationship with Paul Mescal. So what do you have to say? Paul Mescal can get it though. But I'm like, yeah, if you're not gonna talk about your relationships, you're gonna find a hook. Like, well, Taylor Swift wasn't born in the wealth, so that's not a really good example. But she never made any qualms about talking about her personal life. But it's like, yeah, if you're rich, you need to talk about what's affecting you. That's why I think that song that Madonna and the test, Madonna and Lourdes worked so well because there's a relatability that I can relate to Little Star because it was so like you writing this corny ass song about having a kid. Congratulations. But more relatable was the test because what is it like as a Nepo baby being in the public eye, trying to carve out your own identity, which Madonna loves talking about identity throughout this conventions too. What is your identity beyond you being Madonna's daughter? And them kind of having this call and response, like very much the boy is mine in this song, it works. And it makes it relatable. It topped the Billboard 200, her first #1 album. Like people said, her opening for Taylor helped her. Yeah, well, here's the thing. One thing about Taylor Swift is that with her fans, um, you being associated with Taylor Swift is definitely going to elevate your cachet. Funny enough, speaking of which, yesterday at the Finch concert, this lady was like, she was looking for a friend of hers. She said, I want to give her this shirt. And it said Stevie Nicks on it, but it was the same Stevie Nicks shirt, was Knicks, the same shirt that Taylor Swift wore to the garden. I said, okay, Taylor Swift. And she started laughing because I was like, I know the reference. Don't forget to check out Fathers and Sons. Here you go. Put me onto the corn. As a Nika Noella, after you get something to eat, those two Brent Corrigan scenes will get you together. Okay. Like Solange and Beyonce are both in different genres. And one thing I will say that I love about that whole situation, um, Solange had to carve out her own identity outside of Beyonce because Beyonce was the big A-list superstar. And I think Solange, I guess, with being in therapy, because remember her parents did say that she had to go to therapy, with all the other stuff that was happening. Solange had to come to the terms to accept that you're not going to be as big as your sister. So how do you stand out in all of this other stuff? And so she kind of went the whole hobo chic indie route, which was smart on her part, and she was able to carve out a lane. So while Beyonce out here worrying about breaking records and selling out stadiums and all this other stuff, Solange focused on building a cult following. I kind of wish she would get back into music or get out there and perform. Cause no shade, I was more or less a Solange fan more than a Beyonce fan. Even got Richie hated. He was known as, I mean, well, child, you're gonna be if you hunting the biggest superstar on the planet, and nobody knows who you are because you're a director. You're gonna be Mr. Madonna. I mean, that's just the fact. During their marriage, and the missus made him who he is, and now Guy is flopping, and Madonna is very successful again. Yeah, because quiet as it's kept, nobody's really out here checking for Guy Ritchie's movies, and I like Guy Ritchie's movies. He's made some really good films, but I mean, there's been some misses. Like that last one, that on what is that? That Ordinary Gentleman. I can't remember. It's a long ass title. I can never remember it. With Henry Cavill. Then he also did another movie that just came out. Speaking of Henry Cavill, another one with him and Jake Gyllenhaal that flopped in The Gray. So those have been helping. Although the TV show The Gentleman was actually pretty good. I think he has another movie coming out too. Guy Ritchie. Solange, I think, is happy she's not that famous and is happy being independent and having a small loyal family. Yeah, because if I had a sister that was the biggest superstar on the planet, that's what I would focus on. I'm like, I want to be the weird um art house kid. That's the direction I would take. Let me do small venues. I mean, I think it's everybody's dream and goal to do Madison Square Garden, but also go to a small, like 5,000, 50,000. It's still the same. Like, yeah, you get to touch more people. You get to be more intimate with a smaller, you know, not Naomi Campbell. I make them famous. People that are secure in life don't feel the need to put out music. Oh, I mean, I'm with you when you're right. But you want to know something? I feel like after Act Three, Beyonce don't need to put out no more damn music. She could just solidify her. She's already solidified her standpoint. She could just be a legacy act. I'm gonna just do a couple of shows. I can be visual and creative with what I got. But because when I looked at her doing her little performances with Jay Z at Yankee Stadium, I felt like, okay, Beyonce, you ain't giving us nothing new. Y'all, you still got your army of dancers doing all the moves and the wave with the hand. I'm like, we've seen this shit already. So um I don't feel like you're giving anything new. Now, when you do Act Three and it's the rock and roll thing, what you said you was doing, I'll be here to listen to it. But I think beyond that, I don't think Beyonce has anything else to offer creatively. She's so in that billionaire bubble that she could just rest on her classics and just tour whenever she wants. And of course, the girls will eat it up, but she can retire and continue to raise them babies, and then or pass the torch down to Blue Ivy if she plans on ever wanting to get into music. Solange one own success was the Lemonade era, her own platinum album, and all because she slapped. I mean, well, Jay Z do be asking to be slapped, no shade. Especially, I love the Discord that, a lot of people, particularly Torre, and I don't know if you ever watched the Jam podcast. I love those guys over there. Young black men, I just love intelligent people, especially when you see your own people, like people of color who's smart and really call out the thing. I love the Jam podcast. Definitely check them out. They went in on the whole Jay-Z thing where he went and tried to throw Colin Kaepernick under the bus and made excuses about um, oh, but y'all supporting and all this other stuff, but you coming at me about the whole Target thing. I'm like, there's so many other companies you could have did an exclusive with, but you deliberately decided to go against your own people. You the same coon that ran around talking, I think we're past kneeling. According to who? Because you said so, sir? I don't think so. So I love that there were people within the community calling him out on his shit. You can love the artist and what he did as a contribution to hip hop, but at the end of the day, you could also call him out on their hypocrisy. That is like you willing to put money and capitalism over your morals and willing to throw your own people under the bus, thinking that, oh, you're just gonna get them Negroes to come down to the Target because we've been holding the line for so long. Now it's like I'm gonna try to fuck up the line so y'all can come and spend the money at Target. If there's other ways for this vinyl to be sold somewhere else, you can buy it from there. You don't have to give Target your coin. You can still hold the line. I think they did say that there's something on. I think it might be available on Tidal or something or another if you want to get a different version. But people in these damn variants. Not sure I'm paying who. I noticed a guy is doing homoerotic type film. Oh, you said guy is doing homoerotic films. Yeah, that was somebody in the gray. Now after decades of being accused of homophobia, but his late brother-in-law and his own ex-wife, by his late brother-in-law and his own ex-wife, you just noticed it. He said Miley being called a legacy act by Daryl Hannah. I'm like, she's not 40. Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think you are considered a legacy act if you start out in the business as like a kid or a teenager and you're in your 30s, you've already been in the business for over 20 years. So you are considered a legacy act. And Miley's put out enough records. A lot of people don't care for. I think she ain't put out a good record since Bangers, no shade. But um she is a legacy act at this point. Now, whether or not people care enough about the music, that's a different story. Damn. I like Kelly Rowland, but nobody cares about. Well, look, shout out to Kelly Rowland because she just revealed that she's been sober for a couple of months. I'm like, damn, but you was an alcoholic? Kelly Rowland won a U.S. success when being a modern day Donna Summer was going to make her different. She had a voice for dance music, but like people said, disco sucks. Also made blacks turn on. Well, you know what? First of all, she should have just been going after her white counterparts because the gays was the ones that was really pushing her out here, or the EDM audience. When she started working with David Guetta and all these other EDM producers, that's when Kelly Rowland was finally able to distinguish herself outside. Like she was doing dance music, she was doing pop. I love Miss Kelly. That was like one of my favorite records. But um and Here I Am. I definitely like that record too. But well, Here I Am, I listen to more than Miss Kelly. But yeah, I wish you would have stuck that out. But it's like, yeah, you wanted that US success. You started listening to them. Oh, stick to the R&B. Go for the black. I'm like the urban audience. I'm like everybody's doing that shit. You found a way to finally stand out from what Destiny's Child and Beyonce were doing. And in a way, yeah, y'all was doing R&B with Destiny's Child, but y'all was also pop. So you should have really like stuck with that. And Michelle, she had to find something to do, so she went with the gospel. Every time I think of Kelly, I think of that one song. Meanwhile, this blank putting his hands on. I know it's meant to be a serious song, but I can't help but to laugh. Do you know who else is secure in life or doesn't feel the need to put out music anymore? Janet Demita Joe Jackson. But that's the end of today's show. Yeah, I feel like look, at this point, Janet don't need to put out no more music. Look at you trying to start Janet a mess after we done moved on to the next thing. But yeah, Janet Jackson, she don't I don't think at this point she needs to put out music anymore. Continue to do what you do. Be a legacy act, perform the hits, sing your sing the hits, move on from it. We all moved on. We've accepted that you just like doing medleys of all of your damn songs, which I think people get tired of. Can we stop getting TikTok versions of your songs on these tours and you actually sing the whole song, including the damn bridge? Not you say I'm a Demeter Joe defender, y'all. Well, child, we was going in earlier. Dirty Laundry by Kelly Rowland is so good. And you said Kelly is not a lap dog. Don't feel sorry for her. She just let Beyonce make a dance album before her. Kelly made a dance album before Beyonce. She just didn't stick with it. Because Commander and all those songs was dance tracks. She was doing that before Beyonce. I was like, you finally found something to stand up for. But yeah, then when she came on Renaissance, she definitely took it to another level. So I'm gonna definitely give Beyonce that. Which is unfortunate. Not Renaissance, my ass. First of all, I don't really particularly care for Renaissance. I mean, there's a couple of cute songs on there, and yeah, the samples is whatever, but I don't listen to that record. I think it's also because my roommate played that fucking album to death. So I cannot listen to that record. I remember when even when we was working together, we used to make fun of him because we was like, "What you gonna play? You gonna?" He kept playing "Break My Soul." I hate that song now. It's just like when you have people in your orbit that continue to play that same freaking record all the time. Yeah, I can't listen to Renaissance. Aphrodisiac is the album Demeter Joe wish she would. Ooh, 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 ooh. The shade. First of all, I do live for that album from Brandy. Naming Brandy Best R&B Album in 2004, Janet and her album Worst R&B and Album of '04 went full triple X. And what was that the album that she did with that was around the Jermaine Dupri era, right? We were talking about earlier with Dallas Austin, talking about he worked on a couple of songs. I don't know them. Virgo's Groove was talking about the fleshy part, not the fleshy part. Well, I do love that song though. to the imagination, warmth, and was so explicit we knew what she was talking about by saying warmth in my mouth. And the subject was so let me find out. I want to be hearing about Beyonce doing unspeakable things to Joe Camel. Ugh. Anyway, um, we're done with today's show, even though we went over because I was like, child, I was supposed to be finished maybe a 30 minutes ago. And we just was up in here rambling, but it's been a minute since we all conversed with each other. So, yes, thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Hit that like, subscribe, smash the notification bell, hype the channel, all that stuff. I will be back on Thursday. Yeah, I was supposed to work at City Field on Thursday. I turned it down. I was like, sorry, can't come in. Because I was like, I needed a day off. I actually thought I was going to go into work today, but it's raining. So, yes, I'll be back on Thursday with a brand new episode of the show. Love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support of this Bessie show. And until next time, ciao, darlings.